Front matter and preface to Nigger of the Narcissus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Nigger of the Narcissus by Joseph Conrad. Front matter and preface. The Nigger of the Narcissus. A Tale of the Forecastle by Joseph Conrad. Copyright 1897-1914 by Doubleday, Page and Company. To Edward Garnett, this tale about my friends of the sea. To my readers in America. From that evening when James Waite joined the ship, late for the muster of the crew, to the moment when he left us in the open sea, shrouded in sailcloth through the open port, I had much to do with him. He was in my watch. A Negro in a British forecastle is a lonely being. He has no chums. Yet James Waite, afraid of death, and making her his accomplice, was an impostor of some character, mastering our compassion, scornful of our sentimentalism, triumphing over our suspicions. But in the book he is nothing. He is merely the center of the ship's collective psychology and the pivot of the action. Yet he, who in the family circle and amongst my friends is familiarly referred to as the Nigger, remains very precious to me. For the book written round him is not the sort of thing that can be attempted more than once in a lifetime. It is the book by which, not as a novelist perhaps, but as an artist striving for the utmost sincerity of expression, I am willing to stand or fall. Its pages are the tribute of my unalterable and profound affection for the ships, the seamen, the winds, and the great sea, the moulders of my youth, the companions of the best years of my life. After writing the last words of that book, in the revulsion of feeling before the accomplished task, I understood that I had done with the sea, and that henceforth I had to be a writer. And almost without laying down the pen I wrote a preface trying to express the spirit in which I was entering on the task of my new life. That preface, on advice which I now think was wrong, was never published with the book. But the late W. E. Henley, who had the courage at that time, 1897, to serialize my Nigger in the New Review, judged it worthy to be printed as an afterword at the end of the last installment of the tale. I am glad that this book which means so much to me is coming out again, under its proper title of The Nigger of the Narcissus, and under the auspices of my good friends and publishers, Messrs. Doubleday, Page and Company, into the light of publicity. Half the span of a generation has passed since W. E. Henley, after reading 2 chapters, sent me a verbal message. Tell Conrad that if the rest is up to the sample, it shall certainly come out in the New Review. The most gratifying recollection of my writer's life. And here is the suppressed preface. 1914, Joseph Conrad. Preface. A work that aspires, however humbly, to the condition of art should carry its justification in every line. And art itself may be defined as a single-minded attempt to render the highest kind of justice to the visible universe by bringing to light the truth, manifold and one, underlying its every aspect. It is an attempt to find in its forms, in its colors, in its lights, in its shadow, in the aspects of matter and in the facts of life what of each is fundamental, what is enduring and essential, their one illuminating and convincing quality, the very truth of their existence. The artist, then, like the thinker or the scientist, seeks the truth and makes his appeal. Impressed by the aspect of the world, the thinker plunges into ideas, the scientist into facts, whence, presently, emerging, they make their appeal to those qualities of our being that fittest best for the hazardous enterprise of living. They speak authoritatively to our common sense, to our intelligence, to our desire of peace or to our desire of unrest, not seldom to our prejudices, sometimes to our fears, often to our egoism, but always to our credulity. And their words are heard with reverence, for their concern is with weighty matters, with the cultivation of our minds and the proper care of our bodies, with the attainment of our ambitions, with the perfection of the means and the glorification of our precious aims. It is otherwise with the artist. Confronted by the same enigmatical spectacle, the artist descends within himself, and in that lonely region of stress and strife, if he be deserving and fortunate, he finds the terms of his appeal. His appeal is made to our less obvious capacities, to that part of our nature which, because of the warlike conditions of existence, is necessarily kept out of sight within the more resisting and hard qualities, like the vulnerable body within a steel armor. His appeal is less loud, more profound, less distinct, more stirring, and sooner forgotten. Yet its effect endures forever. The changing wisdom of successive generations discards ideas, questions facts, demolishes theories. But the artist appeals to that part of our being which is not dependent on wisdom, to that in us which is a gift and not an acquisition, and, therefore, more permanently enduring. He speaks to our capacity for delight and wonder, to the sense of mystery surrounding our lives, to our sense of pity, and beauty, and pain, to the latent feeling of fellowship with all creation, and to the subtle but invincible conviction of solidarity that knits together the loneliness of innumerable hearts, to the solidarity in dreams, in joy, in sorrow, in aspirations, in illusions, in hope, in fear, which binds men to each other, which binds together all humanity, the dead to the living, and the living to the unborn. It is only some such train of thought, or rather of feeling, that can in a measure explain the aim of the attempt, made in the tale which follows, to present an unrestful episode in the obscure lives of a few individuals out of all the disregarded multitude of the bewildered, the simple, and the voiceless. For, if any part of truth dwells in the belief confessed above, it becomes evident that there is not a place of splendor or a dark corner of the earth that does not deserve, if only a passing glance of wonder and pity. The motive, then, may be held to justify the matter of the work, but this preface, which is simply an avowal of endeavor, cannot end here, for the avowal is not yet complete. Fiction, if it at all aspires to be art, appeals to the temperament. And in truth it must be, like painting, like music, like all art, the appeal of one temperament to all the other innumerable temperaments whose subtle and resistless power endows passing events with their true meaning, and creates the moral, the emotional atmosphere of the place and time. Such an appeal, to be effective, must be an impression conveyed through the senses, and, in fact, it cannot be made in any other way, because temperament, whether individual or collective, is not amenable to persuasion. All art, therefore, appeals primarily to the senses, and the artistic aim, when expressing itself in written words, must also make its appeal through the senses, if its highest desire is to reach the secret spring of responsive emotions. It must strenuously aspire to the plasticity of sculpture, to the color of painting, and to the magic suggestiveness of music, which is the art of arts. And it is only through complete, unswerving devotion to the perfect blending of form and substance, it is only through an unremitting, never discouraged care for the shape and ring of sentences that an approach can be made to plasticity, to color, and that light of magic suggestiveness may be brought to play for an evanescent instant over the commonplace surface of words, of the old, old words, worn thin, defaced by ages of careless usage. The sincere endeavor to accomplish that creative task, to go as far on that road as his strength will carry him, to go undeterred by faltering, weariness, or reproach, is the only valid justification for the worker in prose. And if his conscience is clear, his answers to those who, in the fullness of a wisdom which looks for immediate profit, demand specifically to be edified, consoled, amused, who demand to be promptly improved, or encouraged, or frightened, or shocked, or charmed, must run thus. My task which I am trying to achieve is, by the power of the written word to make you hear, to make you feel, it is before all to make you see. That, and no more, and it is everything. If I succeed, you shall find there according to your deserts, encouragement, consolation, fear, charm, all you demand, and perhaps also that glimpse of truth for which you have forgotten to ask. To snatch in a moment of courage from the remorseless rush of time a passing phase of life is only the beginning of the task. The task approached in tenderness and faith is to hold up unquestioningly, without choice and without fear, the rescued fragment before all eyes in the light of a sincere mood. It is to show its vibration, its color, its form, and through its movement, its form, and its color, reveal the substance of its truth, disclose its inspiring secret, the stress and passion within the core of each convincing moment. In a single-minded attempt of that kind, if one be deserving and fortunate, one may perchance attain to such clearness of sincerity that at last the presented vision of regret or pity, of terror or mirth, shall awaken in the hearts of the beholders that feeling of unavoidable solidarity, of the solidarity in mysterious origin, in toil, in joy, in hope, in uncertain fate, which binds men to each other and all mankind to the visible world. It is evident that he who, rightly or wrongly, holds by the convictions expressed above cannot be faithful to any one of the temporary formulas of his craft. The enduring part of them, the truth which each only imperfectly veils, should abide with him as the most precious of his possessions, but they all, realism, romanticism, naturalism, even the unofficial sentimentalism, which, like the poor, is exceedingly difficult to get rid of, all these gods must, after a short period of fellowship, abandon him, even on the very threshold of the temple, to the stammerings of his conscience and to the outspoken consciousness of the difficulties of his work. In that uneasy solitude, the supreme cry of art for art itself loses the exciting ring of its apparent immorality. It sounds far off. It has ceased to be a cry and is heard only as a whisper, often incomprehensible, but at times, and faintly, encouraging. Sometimes, stretched at ease in the shade of a roadside tree, we watch the motions of a laborer in a distant field, and after a time, begin to wonder languidly as to what the fellow might be at. We watch the movements of his body, the waving of his arms. We see him bend down, stand up, hesitate, begin again. It may add to the charm of an idle hour to be told the purpose of his exertions. If we know he is trying to lift a stone, to dig a ditch, to uproot a stump, we look with a more real interest at his efforts. We are disposed to condone the jar of his agitation upon the restfulness of the landscape, and, even, if in a brotherly frame of mind, we may bring ourselves to forgive his failure. We understood his object, and, after all, the fellow has tried, and perhaps he had not the strength, and perhaps he had not the knowledge. We forgive, go on our way, and forget. And so it is with the workman of art. Art is long and life is short, and success is very far off. And thus, doubtful of strength to travel so far, we talk a little about the aim of art, which, like life itself, is inspiring, difficult, obscured by mists. It is not in the clear logic of a triumphant conclusion. It is not in the unveiling of one of those heartless secrets which are called laws of nature. It is no less great, but only more difficult. To arrest, for the space of a breath, the hands busy about the work of the earth, and compel men entranced by the sight of distant goals to glance for a moment at the surrounding vision of form and color, of sunshine and shadows, to make them pause for a look, for a sigh, for a smile. Such is the aim, difficult and evanescent, and reserved only for a very few to achieve. But sometimes, by the deserving and the fortunate, even that task is accomplished. And when it is accomplished, behold! All the truth of life is there, a moment of vision, a sigh, a smile, and the return to an eternal rest. 1897, J. C. End of front matter and preface. Chapter 1 of The Nigger of the Narcissus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nigger of the Narcissus by Joseph Conrad. Chapter 1. Mr. Baker, chief mate of the ship Narcissus, stepped in one stride out of his lighted cabin into the darkness of the quarter-deck. Above his head, on the break of the poop, the night watchman rang a double stroke. It was 9 o'clock. Mr. Baker, speaking up to the man above him, asked, "Are all the hands aboard, Knowles?" The man limped down the ladder, then said reflectively, "I think so, sir. All our old chaps are there, and a lot of new men has come. They must be all there." "Tell the boatswain to send all hands aft," went on Mr. Baker, "and tell one of the youngsters to bring a good lamp here. I want to muster our crowd." The main deck was dark aft, but halfway from forward, through the open doors of the forecastle, two streaks of brilliant light cut the shadow of the quiet night that lay upon the ship. A hum of voices was heard there, while port and starboard, in the illuminated doorways, silhouettes of moving men appeared for a moment, very black, without relief, like figures cut out of sheet tin. The ship was ready for sea. The carpenter had driven in the last wedge of the main hatch battens, and, throwing down his maul, had wiped his face with great deliberation just on the stroke of 5. The decks had been swept, the windlass oiled and made ready to heave up the anchor, the big tow rope lay in long bights along one side of the main deck, with one end carried up and hung over the bows, in readiness for the tug that would come paddling and hissing noisily, hot and smoky, in the limpid cool quietness of the early morning. The captain was ashore, where he had been engaging some new hands to make up his full crew, and, the work of the day over, the ship's officers had kept out of the way, glad of a little breathing time. Soon after dark the few Liberty men and the new hands began to arrive in shore boats rowed by white-clad Asiatics, who clamored fiercely for payment before coming alongside the gangway ladder. The feverish and shrill babble of Eastern language struggled against the masterful tones of tipsy seamen, who argued against brazen claims and dishonest hopes by profane shouts. The resplendent and bestarred peace of the East was torn into squalid tatters by howls of rage and shrieks of lament raised over sums ranging from 5 annas to half a rupee, and every soul afloat in Bombay harbor became aware that the new hands were joining the Narcissus. Gradually the distracting noise had subsided. The ships came no longer in splashing clusters of 3 or 4 together, but dropped alongside singly, in a subdued buzz of expostulation cut short by a "Not a piecey more." "You go to the devil," from some man staggering up the accommodation ladder, a dark figure with a long bag poised on the shoulder. In the forecastle, the newcomers, upright and swaying amongst corded boxes and bundles of bedding, made friends with the old hands, who sat one above another in the 2 tiers of bunks, gazing at their future shipmates with glances critical but friendly. The 2 forecastle lamps were turned up high, and shed an intense, hard glare. Shore-going round hats were pushed far on the backs of heads, or rolled about on the deck amongst the chain cables, white collars undone, stuck out on each side of red faces, big arms and white sleeves gesticulated, the growling voices hummed steady among bursts of laughter and hoarse calls. "Here, sonny, take that bunk." "Don't you do it." "What's your last ship?" "I know her." 3 years ago in Puget Sound." "This here berth leaks, I tell you." "Come on, give us a chance to swing that chest." "Did you bring a bottle, any of you shore toffs?" "Give us a bit of baccy." "I know her. Her skipper drank himself to death. He was a dandy boy. Liked his lotion inside, he did." "No." "Hold your row, you chaps. I tell you, you come on board a hooker where they get their money's worth out of a poor jack by—" A little fellow called Craik, and nicknamed Belfast, abused the ship violently, romancing on principle just to give the new hand something to think over. Archie, sitting aslant on his sea chest, kept his knees out of the way and pushed the needle steadily through a white patch on a pair of blue trousers. Men in black jackets and stand-up collars, mixed with men barefooted, bare-armed, with colored shirts open on hairy chests, pushed against one another in the middle of the forecastle. The group swayed, reeled, turned upon itself with the motion of a scrimmage in a haze of tobacco smoke. All were speaking together, swearing at every second word. A Russian Finn, wearing a yellow shirt with pink stripes, stared upwards, dreamy-eyed, from under a mop of tumbled hair. 2 young giants with smooth, baby faces, 2 Scandinavians, helped each other to spread their bedding, silent and smiling placidly at the tempest of good-humored and meaningless curses. Old Singleton, the oldest able seaman in the ship, sat apart on the deck right under the lamps, stripped to the waist, tattooed like a cannibal chief all over his powerful chest and enormous biceps. Between the blue and red patterns his white skin gleamed like satin, his bare back was propped against the heel of the bowsprit, and he held a book at arm's length before his big, sunburned face. With his spectacles and a venerable white beard, he resembled a learned and savage patriarch, the incarnation of barbarian wisdom serene in the blasphemous turmoil of the world. He was intensely absorbed, and as he turned the pages, an expression of grazed surprise would pass over his rugged features. He was reading Pelham. The popularity of Bulwer Lytton in the forecastle of southern-going ships is a wonderful and bizarre phenomenon. What ideas do his polished and so curiously insincere sentences awaken in the simple minds of the big children who people those dark and wandering places of the earth? What meaning can their rough, inexperienced souls find in the elegant verbiage of his pages? What excitement? What forgetfulness? What appeasement? Mystery. Is it the fascination of the incomprehensible? Is it the charm of the impossible? Or are those beings who exist beyond the pale of life stirred by his tales, as by an enigmatical disclosure of a resplendent world that exists within the frontier of infamy and filth, within that border of dirt and hunger, of misery and dissipation, that comes down on all sides to the water's edge of the incorruptible ocean, and is the only thing they know of life, the only thing they see of the surrounding land, those lifelong prisoners of the sea. Mystery. Singleton, who had sailed to the southward since the age of 12, who in the last 45 years had lived, as we had calculated from his papers, no more than 40 months ashore, old Singleton, who boasted with the mild composure of long years well spent, that generally from the day he was paid off from one ship till the day he shipped in another, he was seldom in a condition to distinguish daylight. Old Singleton sat unmoved in the clash of voices and cries, spelling through Pelham with slow labor, and lost in an absorption profound enough to resemble a trance. He breathed regularly. Every time he turned the book in his enormous and blackened hands, the muscles of his big white arms rolled slightly under the smooth skin. Hidden by the white mustache, his lips, stained with tobacco juice that trickled down the long beard, moved an inward whisper. His bleared eyes gazed fixedly from behind the glitter of black-rimmed glasses. Opposite to him, and on a level with his face, the ship's cat sat on the barrel of the windlass in the pose of a crouching chimera, blinking its green eyes at its old friend. It seemed to meditate a leap onto the old man's lap, over the bent back of the ordinary seaman who sat at Singleton's feet. Young Charlie was lean and long-necked. The ridge of his backbone made a chain of small hills under the old shirt. His face of a street boy, a face precocious, sagacious, and ironic, with deep downward folds on each side of the thin, wide mouth, hung low over his bony knees. He was learning to make a lanyard knot with a bit of old rope. Small drops of perspiration stood out on his bulging forehead. He sniffed strongly from time to time, glancing out of the corners of his restless eyes at the old seaman, who took no notice of the puzzled youngster muttering at his work. The noise increased. Little Belfast seemed, in the heavy heat of the forecastle, to boil with a factious fury. His eyes danced, in the crimson of his face, comical as a mask, the mouth yawned black with strange grimaces. Facing him, a half-undressed man held his sides, and throwing his head back, laughed with wet eyelashes. Others stared with amazed eyes. Men sitting doubled up in the upper bunks smoked short pipes, swinging bare brown feet above the heads of those who, sprawling below on sea chests, listened, smiling stupidly or scornfully. Over the white rims of berths stuck out heads with blinking eyes, but the bodies were lost in the gloom of those places, that resembled narrow niches for coffins in a whitewashed and lighted mortuary. Voices buzzed louder. Archie, with compressed lips, drew himself in, seemed to shrink into a smaller space, and sewed steadily, industrious and dumb. Belfast shrieked like an inspired dervish. "So I sees to him, boys, sees I. Beggin' your pardon, sor, sees I to that second mate of that steamer. Beggin' yer pardon, sor. The Board of Trade must have been drunk when they granted you your certificate. What do you say, you, sees he, comin' at me like a mad bull, and all in his white clothes, and I up with my tarpot and capsizes it all over his blamed lovely face and his lovely jacket. Take that, sees I am a sailor anyhow, you nosing, skipper-licking, useless, superfluous bridge stanchion you. That's the kind of man I am, shouts I. You should have seed him skip, boys. Drowned, blind with tar, he was. So, don't 'ee believe him, he never upset no tar, I was there, shouted somebody. The two Norwegians sat on the chest side by side, alike and placid, resembling a pair of lovebirds on a perch, and with round eyes stared innocently. But the Russian Finn, in the racket of explosive shouts and rolling laughter, remained motionless, limp and dull, like a deaf man without a backbone. Near him Archie smiled at his needle. A broad-chested, slow-eyed newcomer spoke deliberately to Belfast during an exhausted lull in the noise. "I wonder any of the mates here are alive yet with such a chap as you on board. I conclude they ain't that bad now, if you had the taming of them, sonny." "Not bad, not bad," screamed Belfast. "If it wasn't for us sticking together. Not bad. They ain't never bad when they ain't got a chance, blast their black 'arts." He foamed, whirling his arms, then suddenly grinned, and taking a tablet of black tobacco out of his pocket, bit a piece off with a funny show of ferocity. Another new hand, a man with shifty eyes and a yellow hatchet face, who had been listening open-mouthed in the shadow of the midship locker, observed in a squeaky voice, "Well, it's a 'omeward trip, anyhow. Good or bad, I can do it on my 'ead, so long as I get 'ome. And I can look after my rights. I will show 'em." All the heads turned towards him. Only the ordinary seaman and the cat took no notice. He stood with arms akimbo, a little fellow with white eyelashes. He looked as if he had known all the degradations and all the furies. He looked as if he had been cuffed, kicked, rolled in the mud. He looked as if he had been scratched, spat upon, pelted with unmentionable filth, and he smiled with a sense of security at the faces around. His ears were bending down under the weight of his battered felt hat. The torn tails of his black coat flapped in fringes about the calves of his legs. He unbuttoned the only two buttons that remained, and everyone saw that he had no shirt under it. It was his deserved misfortune that those rags which nobody could possibly be supposed to own looked on him as if they had been stolen. His neck was long and thin, his eyelids were red, rare hairs hung about his jaws, his shoulders were peaked and drooped like the broken wings of a bird. All his left side was caked with mud which showed he had lately slept in a wet ditch. He had saved his inefficient carcass from violent destruction by running away from an American ship where, in a moment of forgetful folly, he had dared to engage himself, and he had knocked about for a fortnight ashore in the native quarter, cadging for drinks, starving, sleeping on rubbish heaps, wandering in sunshine, a startling visitor from a world of nightmares. He stood repulsive and smiling in the sudden silence. This clean white forecastle was his refuge, the place where he could be lazy, where he could wallow and lie and eat, and curse the food he ate, where he could display his talents for shirking work, for cheating, for cadging, where he could surely find someone to wheedle and someone to bully, and where he could be paid for doing all this. They all knew him. Is there a spot on earth where such a man is unknown? An ominous survival testifying to the eternal fitness of lies and impudence? A taciturn long-armed shellback, with hooked fingers, who had been lying on his back smoking, turned in his bed to examine him dispassionately, then, over his head, sent a long jet of clear saliva towards the door. They all knew him. He was the man that cannot steer, that cannot splice, that dodges the work on dark nights, that, aloft, holds on frantically with both arms and legs and swears at the wind, the sleet, the darkness, the man who curses the sea while others work, the man who is the last out and the first in when all hands are called, the man who can't do most things and won't do the rest, the pet of philanthropists and self-seeking landlubbers, the sympathetic and deserving creature that knows all about his rights, but knows nothing of courage, of endurance, and of the unexpressed faith, of the unspoken loyalty that knits together a ship's company. The independent offspring of ignoble freedom of the slums, full of disdain and hate for the austere servitude of the sea. Someone cried at him. "What's your name?" "Donkin," he said, looking around with cheerful effrontery. "What are you?" asked another voice. "Why, a sailor, like you, old man," he replied, in a tone that meant to be hearty but was impudent. "Blimey if you don't look a blame sight worse than a broken-down fireman," was the comment in a convinced mutter. Charley lifted his head and piped in a cheeky voice, "He is a man and a sailor," then wiping his nose with the back of his hand bent down industriously over his bit of rope. A few laughed. Others stared doubtfully. The ragged newcomer was indignant. "That's a fine way to welcome a chap into a forecastle," he snarled. "Are you men or a lot of artless cannyballs?" "Don't take your shirt off for a word, shipmate," called out Belfast, jumping up in front, fiery, menacing, and friendly at the same time. "Is that 'ere bloke blind?" asked the indomitable scarecrow, looking right and left with affected surprise. "Can't ye see I 'aven't got no shirt?" He held both his arms out crossways and shook the rags that hung over his bones with dramatic effect. "'Cause why?" he continued very loud. "The bloody Yankees been tryin' to jump my guts out 'cause I stood up for my rights like a good 'un. I am an Englishman, I am. They set upon me and I 'ad to run, that's why. Ain't you never seed a man 'ard up?" "Yah. What kind of blame ship is this?" "I'm dead broke. I 'aven't got nothink. No bag, no bed, no blanket, no shirt, not a bloomin' rag but what I stand in. But I 'ad the 'art to stand up agin them Yankees. "As any of you art enough to spare a pair of old pants for a chum?" He knew how to conquer the naive instincts of that crowd. In a moment they gave him their compassion, jocularly, contemptuously, or surlily, and at first it took the shape of a blanket thrown at him as he stood there with the white skin of his limbs showing his human kinship through the black fantasy of his rags. Then a pair of old shoes fell at his muddy feet. With a cry, "From under!" a rolled-up pair of canvas trousers, heavy with tar stains, struck him on the shoulder. The gust of their benevolence sent a wave of sentimental pity through their doubting hearts. They were touched by their own readiness to alleviate a shipmate's misery. Voices cried, "We will fit you out, old man." Murmurs, "Never seed sich a hard case. Poor beggar. I've got an old singlet. Will that be of any use to you? Take it, matey." Those friendly murmurs filled the forecastle. He pawed around with his naked foot, gathering things in a heap, and looking about for more. Unemotional Archie perfunctorily contributed to the pile an old cloth cap with the peak torn off. Old Singleton, lost in the serene ridges of fiction, read on unheeding. Charley, pitiless with the wisdom of youth, squeaked, "If you want brass buttons for your new uniform, I've got 2 for you." The filthy object of universal charity shook his fist at the youngster. "I'll make you keep this 'ere fo'c'sle clean, young feller," he snarled viciously. "Never you fear, I will learn you to be civil to an able seaman, you ignorant ass." He glared harmfully, but saw Singleton shut his book, and his little beady eyes began to roam from berth to berth. "Take that bunk by the door there. It's pretty fair," suggested Belfast. So advised, he gathered the gifts at his feet, pressed them in a bundle against his chest, then looked cautiously at the Russian Finn, who stood on one side with an unconscious gaze, contemplating, perhaps, one of those weird visions that haunt the men of his race. "Get out of my road, Dutchy," said the victim of Yankee brutality. The Finn did not move, did not hear. "Get out, blast ye!" shouted the other, shoving him aside with his elbow. "Get out, you blank deaf and dumb fool! Get out!" The man staggered, recovered himself, and gazed at the speaker in silence. "Those damn furriners should be kept under," opined the amiable Donkin to the forecastle. "If you don't teach 'em their place, they will put you on like anythink." He flung all his worldly possessions into the empty bed space, gauged with another shrewd look the risk of the proceeding, then leaped up to the Finn, who stood pensive and dull. "I'll teach you to swell about," he yelled. "I'll plug your eyes for you, you bloomin' square head." Most of the men were now in their bunks, and the two had the forecastle clear to themselves. The development of the destitute Donkin aroused interest. He danced all in tatters before the amazed Finn, squaring from a distance at the heavy, unmoving face. One or two men cried encouragingly, "Go to it, Whitechapel!" settling themselves luxuriously in their beds to survey the fight. Others shouted, "Shut your row! Go and put your 'ead in a bag!" The hubbub was recommencing. Suddenly many heavy blows struck with a handspike on the deck above boomed like discharges of small cannon through the forecastle. Then the boatswain's voice rose outside the door with an authoritative note in its drawl. "D'ye hear there, below there? Lay aft! Lay aft and muster all hands!" End of Part 1 of Chapter 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of The Nigger of the Narcissus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nigger of the Narcissus by Joseph Conrad. Chapter 1, Part 2. There was a moment of surprised stillness. Then the forecastle floor disappeared under men whose bare feet flopped on the planks as they sprang clear out of their berths. Caps were rooted for amongst tumbled blankets. Some, yawning, buttoned waistbands. Half-smoked pipes were knocked hurriedly against woodwork and stuffed under pillows. Voices growled, "What's up?" "Is there no rest for us?" Donkin yelped. "If that's the way of this ship, we'll have to change all that. You leave me alone. I will soon." None of the crowd noticed him. They were lurching in twos and threes through the door, after the manner of merchant jacks who cannot go out of a door fairly, like mere landsmen. The votary of change followed them. Singleton, struggling into his jacket, came last, tall and fatherly, bearing high his head of a weather-beaten sage on the body of an old athlete. Only Charley remained alone in the white glare of the empty place, sitting between the two rows of iron links that stretched into the narrow gloom forward. He pulled hard at the strands in a hurried endeavor to finish his knot. Suddenly he started up, flung the rope at the cat, and skipped after the black tom, which went off leaping sedately over chain compressors, with its tail carried stiff and upright like a small flagpole. Outside the glare of the steaming forecastle, the serene purity of the night enveloped the seaman with its soothing breath, with its tepid breath flowing under the stars that hung countless above the mastheads in a thin cloud of luminous dust. On the town side the blackness of the water was streaked with trails of light which undulated gently on slight ripples similar to filaments that float rooted to the shore. Rows of other lights stood away in straight lines as if drawn up on parade between towering buildings, but on the other side of the harbor sombre hills arched high their black spines, on which, here and there, the point of a star resembled a spark fallen from the sky. Far off, by Kola Way, the electric lamps at the dock gates shone on the end of lofty standards with a glow blinding and frigid like captive ghosts of some evil moons. Scattered all over the dark polish of the roadstead, the ships at anchor floated in perfect stillness under the feeble gleam of their riding lights, looming up, opaque and bulky, like strange and monumental structures abandoned by men to an everlasting repose. Before the cabin door Mr. Baker was mustering the crew. As they stumbled and lurched along past the mainmast, they could see aft his round, broad face with a white paper before it, and beside his shoulder the sleepy head, with dropped eyelids, of a boy who held, suspended at the end of his raised arm, the luminous globe of a lamp. Even before the shuffle of naked souls had ceased along the decks, the mate began to call over the names. He called distinctly, in a serious tone befitting this roll call to unquiet loneliness, to inglorious and obscure struggle, or to the more trying endurance of small privations and wearisome duties. As the mate read out a name, one of the men would answer, "Yes, sir," or "Here," and detaching himself from the shadowy mob of heads visible above the blackness of starboard bulwarks, would step barefooted into the circle of light, and in two noiseless strides pass into the shadows of the port side of the quarter-deck. They answered in diverse tones, in thick mutters, in clear ringing voices, and some, as if the whole thing had been an outrage on their feelings, used an injured intonation. For discipline is not ceremonious in merchant ships, where the sense of hierarchy is weak and where all feel themselves equal before the unconcerned immensity of the sea and the exacting appeal of the work. Mr. Baker read on steadily. "Hanson, Campbell, Smith, Wamibo. Now then, Wamibo, why don't you answer? Always got to call your name twice." The Finn emitted at last an uncouth grunt, and stepping out, passed through the patch of light, weird and gaunty, with the face of a man marching through a dream. The mate went on faster. "Craik, Singleton, Donkin." "Oh, Lord!" he involuntarily ejaculated as the incredibly dilapidated figure appeared in the light. It stopped, it uncovered pale gums and long upper teeth in a malevolent grin. "Is there any taint wrong with me, Mr. Mate?" it asked, with a flavour of insolence in the forced simplicity of its tone. On both sides of the deck subdued titters were heard. "That'll do. Go over," growled Mr. Baker, fixing the new hand with steady blue eyes. And Donkin vanished suddenly out of the light into the dark group of mustered men, to be slapped on the back and to hear flattering whispers. "He ain't afeard. He'll give sport to 'em, see if he don't. Reg'lar Punch and Judy show. Did you see the mate start at him? Well, damn, if I ever." The last man had gone over, and there was a moment of silence while the mate peered at his list. 16, 17, he muttered. "I am one hand short, bo'sun," he said aloud. The big West countryman at his elbow, swarthy and bearded like a gigantic Spaniard, said in a rumbling bass, "There's no one left forward, sir. I had a look round. He ain't aboard, but he may turn up before daylight." "Aye, he may or he may not," commented the mate. "Can't make out the last name. It's all a smudge. That will do, men. Go below." The distinct and motionless group stirred, broke up, and began to move forward. "Wait!" called a deep, ringing voice. All stood still. Mr. Baker, who had turned away yawning, spun round open-mouthed. At last, furious, he blurted out, "What's this? Who said wait? What?" But he saw a tall figure standing on the rail. It came down and pushed through the crowd, marching with a heavy tread towards the light on the quarter-deck. Then again the sonorous voice said with insistence, "Wait!" The lamplight lit up the man's body. He was tall. His head was away up in the shadows of lifeboats that stood on skids above the deck. The whites of his eyes and his teeth gleamed distinctly, but the face was indistinguishable. His hands were big and seemed gloved. Mr. Baker advanced intrepidly. "Who are you? How dare you?" he began. The boy, amazed like the rest, raised the light to the man's face. It was black. A surprised hum, a faint hum that sounded like the suppressed mutter of the word "nigger," ran along the deck and escaped out into the night. The nigger seemed not to hear. He balanced himself where he stood with a swagger that marked time. After a while he said calmly, "My name is Wait, James Wait." "Oh," said Mr. Baker. Then, after a few seconds of smouldering silence, his temper blazed out. "Ah, your name is Wait. What of that? What do you want? What do you mean coming shouting here?" The nigger was calm, cool, towering, superb. The men had approached and stood behind him in a body. He overtopped the tallest by half a head. He said, "I belong to the ship." He enunciated distinctly, with soft precision. The deep, rolling tones of his voice filled the deck without effort. He was naturally scornful, unaffectedly condescending, as if from his height of 6'3" he had surveyed all the vastness of human folly and had made up his mind not to be too hard on it. He went on, "The captain shipped me this morning. I couldn't get aboard sooner. I saw you all aft as I came up the ladder, and could see directly you were mustering the crew. Naturally I called out my name. I thought you had it on your list and would understand. You misapprehended." He stopped short. The folly around him was confounded. He was right as ever, and as ever ready to forgive. The disdainful tones had ceased, and breathing heavily he stood still, surrounded by all these white men. He held his head up in the glare of the lamp, a head vigorously modelled into deep shadows and shining lights, a head powerful and misshapen with a tormented and flattened face, a face pathetic and brutal, the tragic, the mysterious, the repulsive mask of a nigger's soul. Mr. Baker, recovering his composure, looked at the paper close. "Oh, yes, that's so. All right, Wait. Take your gear forward," he said. Suddenly the nigger's eyes rolled wildly, became all whites. He put his hand to his side and coughed twice, a cough metallic, hollow, and tremendously loud. It resounded like two explosions in a vault. The dome of the sky rang to it, and the iron plates of the ship's bulwarks seemed to vibrate in unison. Then he marched off forward with the others. The officers lingering by the cabin door could hear him say, "Won't some of you chaps lend a hand with my dunnage? I've got a chest and a bag." The words, spoken sonorously, with an even intonation, were heard all over the ship, and the question was put in a manner that made refusal impossible. The short, quick shuffle of men carrying something heavy went away forward, but the tall figure of the nigger lingered by the main hatch in a knot of smaller shapes. Again he was heard asking, "Is your cook a colored gentleman?" Then a disappointed and disapproving "Ah, ahem," was his comment upon the information that the cook happened to be a mere white man. Yet, as they went all together towards the forecastle, condescended to put his head through the galley door and boom out inside a magnificent "Good evening, Doctor," that made all the saucepans ring. In the dim light the cook dozed on the coal locker in front of the captain's supper. He jumped up as if he had been cut with a whip, and dashed wildly on deck to see the backs of several men going away laughing. Afterwards, when talking about that voyage, he used to say, "The poor fellow had scared me. I thought I had seen the devil." The cook had been 7 years in the ship with the same captain. He was a serious-minded man with a wife and 3 children, whose society he enjoyed on the average 1 month out of 12. When on shore he took his family to church twice every Sunday. At sea he went to sleep every evening with his lamp turned up full, a pipe in his mouth, and an open Bible in his hand. Someone had always to go during the night to put out the light, take the book from his hand and the pipe from between his teeth. "For," Belfast used to say, irritated and complaining, "some night, you stupid cookie, you'll swallow your auld clay, and we will have no cook." "Ah, sonny, I am ready for my Maker's call. Wish you all were," the other would answer with a benign serenity that was altogether imbecile and touching. Belfast outside the galley door danced with vexation. "You holy fool, I don't want you to die," he howled, looking up with furious, quivering face and tender eyes. "What's the hurry? You blessed, wooden-headed old heretic, the devil will have you soon enough. Think of us! Of us! Of us!" And he would go away stamping, spitting aside, disgusted and worried, while the other, stepping out, saucepan in hand, hot, begrimed, and placid, watched with a superior cocksure smile the back of his queer little man, reeling in a rage. They were great friends. Mr. Baker, lounging over the after hatch, sniffed the humid air in the company of the second mate. "Those West India niggers run fine and large, some of them. Och! Don't they? A fine big man, that, Mr. Crichton. Feel him on a rope. Hey? Och! I will take him into my watch, I think." The second mate, a fair, gentlemanly young fellow with a resolute face and a splendid physique, observed quietly that it was just about what he expected. There could be felt in his tone some slight bitterness, which Mr. Baker very kindly set himself to argue away. "Come, come, young man," he said, grunting between the words. "Come, don't be too greedy. You had that big Finn in your watch all the voyage. I will do what's fair. You may have those 2 young Scandinavians, and I get the nigger, and we'll take that cheeky costermonger chap in a black frock coat. I'll make him toe the mark, or my name isn't Baker. Hawk, hawk, hawk." He grunted thrice, ferociously. He had that trick of grunting so between his words and at the end of his sentences. It was a fine, effective grunt that went well with his menacing utterance, with his heavy, bull-necked frame, his jerky, rolling gait, with his big, seamed face, his steady eyes, and sardonic mouth. But its effect had been long ago discounted by the men. They liked him. Belfast, who was a favourite and knew it, mimicked him, not quite behind his back. Charley, but with greater caution, imitated his rolling gait. Some of his sayings became established daily quotations in the forecastle. Popularity can go no farther. Besides, all hands were ready to admit that on a fitting occasion the mate could jump down a fellow's throat in a regular Western Ocean style. Now he was giving his last orders. "Hawk, you, Knowles, call all hands at 4. I want to heave short before the tug comes. Look out for the captain. I am going to lie down in my clothes. Call me when you see the boat coming. The old man is sure to have something to say when he gets aboard," he remarked to Crichton. Well, good night. Ugh! A long day before us tomorrow. Ugh! Better turn in now. Ugh! Ugh!" Upon the dark deck a band of light flashed, then the door slammed, and Mr. Baker was gone into his neat cabin. Young Crichton stood leaning over the rail and looked dreamily into the night of the east. And he saw in it a long country lane, a lane of waving leaves and dancing sunshine. He saw stirring boughs of old trees outspread and framing in their arch the tender, the caressing blueness of an English sky. And through the arch a girl in a light dress, smiling under a sunshade, seemed to be stepping out of the tender sky. At the other end of the ship the forecastle, with only one lamp burning now, was going to sleep in a dim emptiness traversed by loud breathings, by sudden short sighs. The double row of berths yawned black, like graves tenanted by uneasy corpses. Here and there a curtain of gaudy chintz, half drawn, marked the resting place of a sybarite. A leg hung over the edge very white and lifeless. An arm stuck straight out with the dark palm turned up and thick fingers half closed. Two light snores that did not synchronize quarreled in funny dialogue. Singleton stripped again (the old man suffered much from prickly heat), stood cooling his back in the doorway, with his arms crossed on his bare and adorned chest. His head touched the beam of the deck above. The nigger, half undressed, was busy casting adrift the lashing of his box and spreading his bedding in an upper berth. He moved about in his socks, tall and noiseless, with a pair of braces beating about his calves. Amongst the shadows of stanchions and bowsprit, Duncan munched a piece of hard ship's bread, sitting on the deck with upturned feet and restless eyes. He held the biscuit up before his mouth in the whole fist and snapped his jaws at it with a raging face. Crumbs fell between his outspread legs. Then he got up. "Where's our water cask?" he asked in a contained voice. Singleton, without a word, pointed with a big hand that held a short, smouldering pipe. Duncan bent over the cask, drank out of the tin, splashing the water, turned round and noticed the nigger looking at him over the shoulder with calm loftiness. He moved up sideways. "There's a bloomin' supper for a man," he whispered bitterly. "My darg at 'ome wouldn't 'ave it. It's fit enough for you and me. 'Ere's a big ship's forecastle. Not a bloomin' scrap of meat in the kids. I've looked in all the lockers." The nigger stared like a man addressed unexpectedly in a foreign language. Duncan changed his tone. "Give us a bit of baccy, mate," he breathed out confidentially. "I 'aven't 'ad smoke or chew for the last month. I am rampin' mad for it. Come on, old man." "Don't be familiar," said the nigger. Duncan started and sat down on a chest near by out of sheer surprise. "We haven't kept pigs together," continued James Wait in a deep undertone. "Here's your tobacco." Then, after a pause, he inquired, "What ship?" "Golden State," muttered Duncan indistinctly, biting the tobacco. The nigger whistled low. "Ran?" he said curtly. Duncan nodded. One of his cheeks bulged out. "In course I ran," he mumbled. "They booted the life hout of one Dago chap on the passage 'ere, then started on me. I cleared out 'ere." "Left your dunnage behind?" "Yes, dunnage and money," answered Donkin, raising his voice a little. "I got nothink. No clothes, no bed. A bandy-legged little Hirish chap 'ere has give me a blanket. Think I'll go and sleep in the fore-topmast staysail to-night." He went on deck, trailing behind his back a corner of the blanket. Singleton, without a glance, moved slightly aside to let him pass. The nigger put away his shore togs and sat in clean working clothes on his box, one arm stretched over his knees. After staring at Singleton for some time, he asked without emphasis, "What kind of ship is this? Pretty fair, eh?" Singleton didn't stir. After a long while he said, with unmoved face, "Ship. Ships are all right. It is the men in them." He went on smoking in profound silence. The wisdom of half a century spent in listening to the thunder of waves had spoken unconsciously through his old lips. The cat purred on the windlass. Then James Wait had a fit of roaring, rattling cough that shook him, tossed him like a hurricane, and flung him panting with staring eyes headlong on his sea chest. Several men woke up. One said sleepily out of his bunk, "S'rooth! What a blamed row! I have a cold in my chest," yassed Wait. "Cold, you call it," grumbled the man. "Should think 'twas something more." "Oh, you think so," said the nigger upright and loftily scornful again. He climbed into his berth and began coughing persistently, while he put his head out to glare all round the forecastle. There was no further protest. He fell back on the pillow and could be heard there wheezing regularly like a man oppressed in his sleep. Singleton stood at the door with his face to the light and his back to the darkness. And alone in the dim emptiness of the sleeping forecastle, he appeared bigger, colossal, very old. Old as Father Time himself, who should have come there into this place as quiet as a sepulchre to contemplate with patient eyes the short victory of sleep, the consoler. Yet he was only a child of Time, a lonely relic of a devoured and forgotten generation. He stood, still strong, as ever unthinking, a ready man with a vast empty past and with no future, with his childlike impulses and his man's passions already dead within his tattooed breast. The men who could understand his silence were gone, those men who knew how to exist beyond the pale of life and within sight of eternity. They had been strong, as those are strong who know neither doubt nor hopes. They had been impatient and enduring, turbulent and devoted, unruly and faithful. Well-meaning people had tried to represent these men as whining over every mouthful of their food, as going about their work in fear of their lives. But in truth they had been men who knew toil, privation, violence, debauchery, but knew not fear, and had no desire of spite in their hearts. Men hard to manage, but easy to inspire, voiceless men, but men enough to scorn in their hearts the sentimental voices that bewailed the hardness of their fate. It was a fate unique, and their own. The capacity to bear it appeared to them the privilege of the chosen. Their generation lived inarticulate and indispensable without knowing the sweetness of affections or the refuge of a home, and died free from the dark menace of a narrow grave. They were the everlasting children of the mysterious sea. Their successors are the grown-up children of a discontented earth. They are less naughty, but less innocent, less profane, but perhaps also less believing, and if they have learned how to speak, they have also learned how to whine. But the others were strong and mute. They were effaced, bowed, and enduring, like stone caryatides that hold up in the night the lighted halls of a resplendent and glorious edifice. They are gone now, and it does not matter. The sea and the earth are unfaithful to their children. A truth, a faith, a generation of men goes, and is forgotten, and it does not matter. Except, perhaps, to the few of those who believed the truth, confessed the faith, or loved the men. A breeze was coming. The ship that had been laying tide-rode swung to a heavier puff, and suddenly the slack of the chain cable between the windlass and the hawse-pipe clinked, slipped forward an inch, and rose gently off the deck with a startling suggestion as of unsuspected life that had been lurking stealthily in the iron. In the hawse-pipe the grinding link sent through the ship a sound like a low groan of a man sighing under a burden. The strain came on the windlass, the chain tautened like a string, vibrated, and the handle of the screw-brake moved in slight jerks. Singleton stepped forward. Till then he had been standing meditative and unthinking, reposeful and hopeless, with a face grim and blank, a 60-year-old child of the mysterious sea. The thoughts of all his lifetime could have been expressed in 6 words, but the stir of those things that were as much part of his existence as his beating heart called up a gleam of alert understanding under the sternness of his aged face. The flame of the lamp swayed, and the old man, with knitted and bushy eyebrows, stood over the break, watchful and motionless in the wild saraband of dancing shadows. Then the ship, obedient to the call of her anchor, forged ahead slightly and eased the strain. The cable relieved, hung down, and after swaying imperceptibly to and fro, dropped with a loud tap on the hardwood planks. Singleton seized the high lever and, by a violent throw forward of his body, wrung out another half-turn from the break. He recovered himself, breathed largely, and remained for a while glaring down at the powerful and compact engine that squatted on the deck at his feet like some quiet monster. A creature amazing and tame. "You hold," he growled at it masterfully in the incult tangle of his white beard. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Nigger of the Narcissus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Nigger of the Narcissus by Joseph Conrad. Chapter 2, Part 1. Next morning, at daylight, the Narcissus went to sea. A slight haze blurred the horizon. Outside the harbor the measureless expanse of smooth water lay sparkling like a floor of jewels and as empty as the sky. The short black tug gave a pluck to windward in the usual way, then let go the rope and hovered for a moment on the quarter with her engine stopped, while the slim long hull of the ship moved ahead slowly under lower topsails. The loose upper canvas blew out in the breeze with soft round contours resembling small white clouds snared in the maze of ropes. Then the sheets were hauled home, the yards hoisted, and the ship became a high and lonely pyramid, gliding, all shining and white, through the sunlit mist. The tug turned short round and went away towards the land. 26 pairs of eyes watched her low, broad stern crawling languidly over the smooth swell between the 2 paddle wheels that turned fast, beating the water with fierce hurry. She resembled an enormous and aquatic black beetle surprised by the light, overwhelmed by the sunshine, trying to escape with ineffectual effort into the distant gloom of the land. She left a lingering smudge of smoke on the sky and 2 vanishing trails of foam on the water. On the place where she had stopped, a round black patch of soot remained, undulating on the swell, an unclean mark of the creature's rest. The Narcissus, left alone, heading south, seemed to stand resplendent and still upon the restless sea under the moving sun. Flakes of foam swept past her sides, and the water struck her with flashing blows. The land glided away, slowly fading. A few birds screamed on motionless wings over the swaying mastheads. But soon the land disappeared, the birds went away, and to the west the pointed sail of an Arab dhow running for Bombay rose triangular and upright above the sharp edge of the horizon, lingered and vanished like an illusion. Then the ship's wake, long and straight, stretched itself out through a day of immense solitude. The setting sun, burning on the level of the water, flamed crimson below the blackness of heavy rain clouds. The sunset squall coming up from behind dissolved itself into the short deluge of a hissing shower. It left the ship glistening from trunks to waterline and with darkened sails. She ran easily before a fair monsoon, with her decks cleared for the night, and moving along with her was heard the sustained and monotonous swishing of the waves, mingled with the low whispers of men mustered aft for the setting of watches, the short plaint of some block aloft, or, now and then, a loud sigh of wind. Mr. Baker, coming out of his cabin, called out the first name sharply before closing the door behind him. He was going to take charge of the deck. On the homeward trip, according to an old custom of the sea, The chief officer takes the first night watch from 8 till midnight. So Mr. Baker, after he had heard the last "Yes, sir," said moodily, "Relieve the wheel and look out," and climbed with heavy feet the poop ladder to windward. Soon after Mr. Crichton came down, whistling softly, and went into the cabin. On the doorstep the steward lounged, in slippers, meditative, and with his shirt sleeves rolled up to the armpits. On the main deck the cook, locking up the galley doors, had an altercation with young Charley about a pair of socks. He could be heard saying impressively, in the darkness amidships, "You don't deserve a kindness. I've been drying them for you, and now you complain about the holes, and you swear, too. Right in front of me. If I hadn't been a Christian, which you ain't, you young ruffian, I would give you a clout on the head. Go away." Men in couples or threes stood pensive or moved silently along the bulwarks in the waist. The first busy day of a homeward passage was sinking into the dull peace of resumed routine. Aft, on the high poop, Mr. Baker walked shuffling and grunted to himself in the pauses of his thoughts. Forward, the lookout man, erect between the flukes of the two anchors, hummed an endless tune, keeping his eyes fixed dutifully ahead in a vacant stare. A multitude of stars coming out into the clear night peopled the emptiness of the sky. They glittered, as if alive above the sea. They surrounded the running ship on all sides, more intense than the eyes of a staring crowd, and as inscrutable as the souls of men. The passage had begun, and the ship, a fragment detached from the earth, went on lonely and swift, like a small planet. Round her the abysses of sky and sea met in an unattainable frontier. A great circular solitude moved with her, ever changing and ever the same, always monotonous and always imposing. Now and then another wandering white speck, burdened with life, appeared far off, disappeared, intent on its own destiny. The sun looked upon her all day, and every morning rose with a burning, round stare of undying curiosity. She had her own future, she was alive with the lives of those beings who trod her decks. Like that earth which had given her up to the sea, she had an intolerable load of regrets and hopes. On her lived timid truth and audacious lies, and like the earth she was unconscious, fair to see, and condemned by men to an ignoble fate. The august loneliness of her path lent dignity to the sordid inspiration of her pilgrimage. She drove foaming to the southward as if guided by the courage of a high endeavour. The smiling greatness of the sea dwarfed the extent of time. The days raced one after another, brilliant and quick like the flashes of a lighthouse, and the nights, eventful and short, resembled fleeting dreams. The men had shaken into their places, and the half-hourly voice of the bells ruled their life of unceasing care. Night and day the head and shoulders of a seaman could be seen aft by the wheel, outlined high against sunshine or starlight, very steady above the stir of revolving spokes. The faces changed, passing in rotation. Youthful faces, bearded faces, dark faces, faces serene or faces moody, but all akin with the brotherhood of the sea, all with the same attentive expression of eyes, carefully watching the compass or the sails. Captain Allistoun, serious and with an old red muffler round his throat, all day long pervaded the poop. At night, many times he rose out of the darkness of the companion such as a phantom above a grave, and stood watchful and mute under the stars, his night-shirt fluttering like a flag. Then, without a sound, sank down again. He was born on the shores of the Pentland Firth. In his youth he attained the rank of harpooner in Peterhead whalers. When he spoke of that time his restless grey eyes became still, cold, like the loom of ice. Afterwards he went into the East Indian trade for the sake of change. He had commanded the Narcissus since she was built. He loved his ship and drove her unmercifully, for his secret ambition was to make her accomplish some day a brilliantly quick passage which would be mentioned in nautical papers. He pronounced his owner's name with a sardonic smile, spoke but seldom to his officers, and reproved errors in a gentle voice with words that cut to the quick. His hair was iron gray, his face hard and the color of pump leather. He shaved every morning of his life, at 6, but once, being caught in a fierce hurricane 80 miles southwest of Martise, he had missed 3 consecutive days. He feared naught but an unforgiving God, and wished to end his days in a little house with a plot of land attached, far in the country, out of sight of the sea. He, the ruler of that minute world, seldom descended from the Olympian heights of his poop. Below him, at his feet so to speak, common mortals led their busy and insignificant lives. Along the main deck Mr. Baker grunted in a manner bloodthirsty and innocuous, and kept all our noses to the grindstone, being, as he once remarked, paid for doing that very thing. Men working about the deck were healthy and contented, as most seamen are when once well out to sea. The true peace of God begins at any spot 1,000 miles from the nearest land, and when he sends there the messengers of his might it is not in terrible wrath against crime, presumption, and folly, but paternally, to chasten simple hearts, ignorant hearts that know nothing of life, and beat undisturbed by envy or greed. In the evening the cleared decks had a reposeful aspect resembling the autumn of the earth. The sun was sinking to rest, wrapped in a mantle of warm clouds. Forward, on the end of the spare spars, the boatswain and the carpenter sat together with crossed arms, 2 men friendly, powerful, and deep-chested. Beside them the short dumpy sailmaker, who had been in the Navy, related, between the whiffs of his pipe, impossible stories about admirals. Couples tramped backwards and forwards, keeping step and balance without effort in a confined space. Pigs grunted in the big pigsty. Belfast, leaning thoughtfully on his elbow, above the bars, communed with them through the silence of his meditation. Fellows with shirts wide open on sunburnt breasts sat upon the mooring bitts, and all up the steps of the forecastle ladders. By the foremast a few discussed in a circle the characteristics of a gentleman. One said, "It's money as does it." Another maintained, "No, it's the way they speak." Lame Knowles stumped up with an unwashed face (he had the distinction of being the dirty man of the forecastle), and showing a few yellow fangs and a shrewd smile, explained craftily that he had seen some of their pants. The backsides of them, he had observed, were thinner than paper from constant sitting down in offices, yet otherwise they looked first-rate and would last for years. It was all appearance. It was, he said, bloomin' easy to be a gentleman when you had a clean job for life. They disputed endlessly, obstinate and childish. They repeated in shouts and with inflamed faces their amazing arguments, while the soft breeze, eddying down the enormous cavity of the foresail, distended above their bare heads, stirred the tumble hair with a touch passing and light like an indulgent caress. They were forgetting their toil, they were forgetting themselves. The cook approached to hear and stood by, beaming with the inward consciousness of his faith, like a conceited saint unable to forget his glorious reward. Donkin, solitary and brooding over his wrongs, on the forecastle head, moved closer to catch the drift of the discussion below him. He turned his sallow face to the sea, and his thin nostrils moved, sniffing the breeze, as he lounged negligently by the rail. In the glow of sunset faces shone with interest, teeth flashed, eyes sparkled. The walking couples stood still suddenly, with broad grins. A man bending over a wash-tub sat up entranced, with the soapsuds flecking his wet arms. Even the 3 petty officers listened, leaning back, comfortably propped and with superior smiles. Belfast left off scratching the ear of his favourite pig, and, open-mouthed, tried with eager eyes to have his say. He lifted his arms, grimacing and baffled. From a distance Charlie screamed at the ring, I know about gentlemen more'n any o' you. I've been intimate with 'em. I've blackened their boots." The cook, craning his neck to hear better, was scandalized. "Keep your mouth shut when your elders speak, you impudent young heathen, you." "All right, old hallelujah, I'm done," answered Charley, soothingly. At some opinion of Dirty Knowles, delivered with an air of supernatural cunning, a ripple of laughter ran along, rose like a wave, burst with a startling roar. They stamped with both feet, they turned their shouting faces to the sky. Many, spluttering, slapped their thighs, while one or two, bent double, gasped, hugging themselves with both arms like men in pain. The carpenter and boatswain, without changing their attitude, shook with laughter where they sat. The sailmaker, charged with an anecdote about a commodore, looked sulky. The cook was wiping his eyes with a greasy rag, and lame Knowles, astonished at his own success, stood in their midst, showing a slow smile. Suddenly the face of Donkin, leaning high-shouldered over the after rail, became grave. Something like a weak rattle was heard through the forecastle door. It became a murmur, it ended with a sighing groan. The washerman plunged both his hands into the tub abruptly, the cook became more crestfallen than an exposed backslider, the boatswain moved his shoulders uneasily, the carpenter got up with a spring and walked away, while the sailmaker seemed mentally to give his story up and began to puff at his pipe with sombre determination. In the blackness of the doorway a pair of eyes glimmered white and big and staring. Then James Waite's head, protruding, became visible, as if suspended between the two hands that grasped a doorpost on each side of the face. The tassel of his blue woolen nightcap, cocked forward, danced gaily over his left eyelid. He stepped out in a tottering stride. He looked powerful as ever, but showed a strange and affected unsteadiness in his gait. His face was perhaps a trifle thinner, and his eyes appeared rather startlingly prominent. He seemed to hasten the retreat of departing light by his very presence. The setting sun dipped sharply, as though fleeing before our Nigger. A black mist emanated from him, a subtle and dismal influence, a something cold and gloomy that floated out and settled on all the faces like a morning veil. The circle broke up. The joy of laughter died on stiffened lips. There was not a smile left among all the ship's company. Not a word was spoken. Many turned their backs, trying to look unconcerned. Others, with averted heads, sent half-reluctant glances out of the corners of their eyes. They resembled criminals, conscious of misdeeds more than honest men distracted by doubt. Only two or three stared frankly but stupidly with lips slightly open. All expected James Waite to say something, and at the same time had the air of knowing beforehand what he would say. He leaned his back against the doorpost, and with heavy eyes swept over them a glance domineering and pained, like a sick tyrant overawing a crowd of abject but untrustworthy slaves. No one went away. They waited in fascinated dread. He said ironically, with gasps between the words, "Thank you, chaps. You are nice and quiet, you are. Yelling so before the door." He made a longer pause, during which he worked his ribs in an exaggerated labour of breathing. It was intolerable. Feet were shuffled. Belfast let out a groan, but Donkin above blinked his red eyelids with invisible eyelashes and smiled bitterly over the nigger's head. The nigger went on again with surprising ease. He gasped no more, and his voice rang hollow and loud, as though he had been talking in an empty cavern. He was contemptuously angry. "I tried to get a wink of sleep. You know I can't sleep of nights. And you come jabbering near the door here like a bloomin' lot of old women. You think yourselves good shipmates, do you? Much you care for a dying man." Belfast spun away from the pigsty. "Jimmy," he cried tremulously, "if you hadn't been sick, I would—" He stopped. The nigger waited a while, then said in a gloomy tone, "You would?" What? Go and fight another one such as yourself. Leave me alone. It won't be for long. I'll soon die. It's coming, right enough." Men stood around very still and with exasperated eyes. It was just what they had expected and hated to hear, that idea of a stalking death, thrust at them many times a day like a boast and like a menace by this obnoxious nigger. He seemed to take a pride in that death which, so far, had attended only upon the ease of his life. He was overbearing about it, as if no one in the world had ever been intimate with such a companion. He paraded it unceasingly before us with an affectionate persistence that made its presence indubitable, and at the same time incredible. No man could be suspected of such monstrous friendship. Was he a reality, or was he a sham, this ever-expected visitor of Jimmy's? We hesitated between pity and mistrust, while, on the slightest provocation, he shook before our eyes the bones of his bothersome and infamous skeleton. He was forever trotting him out. He would talk of that coming death as though it had been already there, as if it had been walking the deck outside, as if it would presently come in to sleep in the only empty bunk, as if it had sat by his side at every meal. It interfered daily with our occupations, with our leisure, with our amusements. We had no songs and no music in the evening because Jimmy, we all lovingly called him Jimmy to conceal our hate of his accomplice, had managed, with that prospective decease of his, to disturb even Archie's mental balance. Archie was the owner of the concertina, but after a couple of stinging lectures from Jimmy he refused to play any more. He said, "Yon's an uncanny joker. I dinna ken what's wrang wi' him, but there's something very wrong, very wrong. It's nae matter of use asking me. I won't play." Our singers became mute because Jimmy was a dying man. For the same reason no chap, as Knowles remarked, could drive in a nail to hang his few poor rags upon, without being made aware of the enormity he committed in disturbing Jimmy's interminable last moments. At night, instead of the cheerful yell, "One bell, turn out, d'ye hear there, hey, 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 show leg!" the watchers were called man by man, in whispers, so as not to interfere with Jimmy's, possibly, last slumber on earth. True, he was always awake, and managed, as we sneaked out on deck, to plant in our backs some cutting remark that, for the moment, made us feel as if we had been brutes, and afterwards made us suspect ourselves of being fools. We spoke in low tones within that forecastle, as though it had been a church. We ate our meals in silence and dread, for Jimmy was capricious with his food and railed bitterly at the salt meat, at the biscuits, at the tea, as at articles unfit for human consumption, let alone for a dying man. He would say, "Can't you find a better slice of meat for a sick man who's trying to get home to be cured or buried? But there, if I had a chance you fellows would do away with it. You would poison me. Look at what you have given me." We served him in his bed with rage and humility, as though we had been the base courtiers of a hated prince, and he rewarded us by his unconciliating criticism. He had found the secret of keeping forever on the run the fundamental imbecility of mankind. He had the secret of life, that confounded dying man, and he made himself master of every moment of our existence. We grew desperate and remained submissive. Emotional little Belfast was forever on the verge of assault or on the verge of tears. One evening he confided to Archie, "For offpenny I would knock his ugly black head off, the skulking dodger," and straightforward Archie pretended to be shocked. Such was the infernal spell which the casual St. Kitts nigger had cast upon our guileless manhood. But the same night Belfast stole from the galley the officer's Sunday fruit pie to tempt the fastidious appetite of Jimmy. He endangered not only his long friendship with the cook but also, as it appeared, his eternal welfare. The cook was overwhelmed with grief. He did not know the culprit, but he knew that wickedness flourished. He knew that Satan was abroad amongst those men who he looked upon as in some way under his spiritual care. Whenever he saw 3 or 4 of us standing together he would leave his stove to run out and preach. We fled from him, and only Charley, who knew the thief, affronted the cook with a candid gaze which irritated the good man. "It's you, I believe," he groaned, sorrowful and with a patch of soot on his chin. "It's you. You are a brand for the burning. No more of your socks in my galley." Soon, unofficially, the information was spread about that, should there be another case of stealing, our marmalade, an extra allowance, half a pound per man, would be stopped. Mr. Baker ceased to heap jocular abuse upon his favourites, and grunted suspiciously at all. The captain's cold eyes, high up on the poop, glittered mistrustful, as he surveyed us trooping in a small mob from halyards to braces for the usual evening pull at all the ropes. Such stealing in a merchant ship is difficult to check, and may be taken as a declaration by men of their dislike for their officers. It is a bad symptom. It may end in God knows what trouble. The Narcissus was still a peaceful ship, but mutual confidence was shaken. Donkin did not conceal his delight. We were dismayed. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of The Nigger of the Narcissus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nigger of the Narcissus by Joseph Conrad. Chapter 2, Part 2. Then illogical Belfast reproached our nigger with great fury. James Waite, with his elbow on the pillow, choked, gasped out, "Did I ask you to bone the dratted thing? Blow your blamed pie. It has made me worse. You little Irish lunatic, you." Belfast, with scarlet face and trembling lips, made a dash at him. Every man in the forecastle rose with a shout. There was a moment of wild tumult. Someone shrieked piercingly, "Easy, Belfast, easy!" We expected Belfast to strangle Waite without more ado. Dust flew. We heard through it the nigger's cough, metallic and explosive like a gong. Next moment we saw Belfast hanging over him. He was saying plaintively, "Don't, Jimmy. Don't be like that. An angel couldn't put up with ye, sick as ye are." He looked round at us from Jimmy's bedside, his comical mouth twitching, and through tearful eyes. Then he tried to put straight the disarranged blankets. The unceasing whisper of the sea filled the forecastle. Was James Waite frightened, or touched, or repentant? He lay on his back with a hand to his side, and as motionless as if his expected visitor had come at last. Belfast fumbled about his feet, repeating with emotion, "Yes, we know. Ye are bad, but... just say what ye want done, and... we all know ye are bad. Very bad." No! Decidedly James Waite was not touched or repentant. Truth to say, he seemed rather startled. He sat up with incredible suddenness and ease. "Ah, you think I am bad, do you?" he said gloomily, in his clearest baritone voice. To hear him speak sometimes you would never think there was anything wrong with that man. "Do you? Well, act accordingly. Some of you haven't sense enough to put a blanket shipshape over a sick man. There, leave it alone. I can die anyhow." Belfast turned away limply with a gesture of discouragement. In the silence of the forecastle, full of interested men, Donkin pronounced distinctly, "Well, I'm blowed," and sniggered. Waite looked at him. He looked at him in a quite friendly manner. Nobody could tell what would please our incomprehensible invalid, but for us the scorn of that snigger was hard to bear. Donkin's position in the forecastle was distinguished but unsafe. He stood on the bad eminence of a general dislike. He was left alone, and in his isolation he could do nothing but think of the gales of the Cape of Good Hope, and envy us the possession of warm clothing and waterproofs. Our sea boots, our oilskin coats, our well-filled sea chests, were to him so many causes for bitter meditation. He had none of those things, and he felt instinctively that no man, when the need arose, would offer to share them with him. He was impudently cringing to us, and systematically insolent to the officers. He anticipated the best results for himself from such a line of conduct, and was mistaken. Such natures forget that under extreme provocation men will be just, whether they want to be so or not. Donkin's insolence to long-suffering Mr. Baker became at last intolerable to us, and we rejoiced when the mate, one dark night, tamed him for good. It was done neatly, with great decency and decorum, and with little noise. We had been called, just before midnight, to trim the yards, and Donkin, as usual, made insulting remarks. We stood sleepily in a row with the forebrace in our hands waiting for the next order, and heard in the darkness a scruffy trampling of feet, an exclamation of surprise, sounds of cuffs and slaps, suppressed, hissing whispers. "Ah! Will you?" "Don't! Don't!" "Then behave!" "Oh! Oh!" Afterwards there were soft thuds mixed with the rattle of iron things, as if a man's body had been tumbling helplessly among the main pump rods. Before we could realize the situation, Mr. Baker's voice was heard very near and a little impatient. "Haul away, men! Lay back on that rope!" And we did lay back on the rope with great alacrity. As if nothing had happened, the chief mate went on trimming the yards with his usual and exasperating fastidiousness. We didn't at the time see anything of Donkin, and did not care. Had the chief officer thrown him overboard, no man would have said so much as, "Hallo, he's gone!" But, in truth, no great harm was done, even if Donkin did lose one of his front teeth. We perceived this in the morning, and preserved a ceremonious silence. The etiquette of the forecastle commanded us to be blind and dumb in such a case, and we cherished the decencies of our life more than ordinary landsmen respect theirs. Charley, with unpardonable want of savoir-vivre, yelled out, "Have you been to your dentist? Hurt ye, didn't it?" He got a box on the ear from one of his best friends. The boy was surprised, and remained plunged in grief for at least 3 hours. We were sorry for him, but youth requires even more discipline than age. Donkin grinned venomously. From that day he became pitiless, told Jimmy that he was a black fraud, hinted to us that we were an imbecile lot daily taken in by a vulgar nigger. And Jimmy seemed to like the fellow. Singleton lived untouched by human emotions. Taciturn and unsmiling, he breathed amongst us, and that alone resembling the rest of the crowd. We were trying to be decent chaps, and found it jolly difficult. We oscillated between the desires of virtue and the fear of ridicule. We wished to save ourselves from the pain of remorse, but did not want to be made the contemptible dupes of our sentiment. Jimmy's hateful accomplice seems to have blown with his impure breath, undreamt of subtleties into our hearts. We were disturbed and cowardly. That we knew. Singleton seemed to know nothing, understand nothing. We had thought him till then as wise as he looked, but now we dared, at times, suspect him of being stupid, from old age. One day, however, at dinner, as we sat on our boxes round a tin dish that stood on the deck within the circle of our feet, Jimmy expressed his general disgust with men and things in words that were particularly disgusting. Singleton lifted his head. We became mute. The old man, addressing Jimmy, asked, "Are you dying?" Thus interrogated, James Waite appeared horribly startled and confused. We all were startled. Mouths remained open, hearts thumped, eyes blinked, a dropped tin fork rattled in the dish, a man rose as if to go out, and stood still. In less than a minute Jimmy pulled himself together. "Why, can't you see I am?" he answered shakily. Singleton lifted a piece of soaked biscuit (his teeth, he declared, had no edge on them now) to his lips. "Well, get on with your dying," he said with venerable mildness. Don't raise a blamed fuss with us over that job. We can't help you." Jimmy fell back on his bunk and for a long time lay very still wiping the perspiration off his chin. The dinner tins were put away quickly. On deck we discussed the incident in whispers. Some showed a chuckling exultation. Many looked grave. Wamibo, after long periods of staring dreaminess, attempted abortive smiles, and one of the young Scandinavians, much tormented by doubt, ventured in the second dog watch to approach Singleton. The old man did not encourage us much to speak to him, and asked sheepishly, "You think he will die?" Singleton looked up. "Why, of course he will die," he said deliberately. This seemed decisive. It was promptly imparted to every one by him who had consulted the oracle. Shy and eager he would step up and with averted gaze recite his formula. "Old Singleton says he will die." It was a relief. At last we knew that our compassion would not be misplaced, and we could again smile without misgivings. But we reckoned without Donkin. Donkin didn't want to 'ave no truck with them dirty furriners. When Nilson came to him with the news, "Singleton says he will die," he answered him by a spiteful, "And so will you, you fat-headed Dutchman. Wish you Dutchmen were all dead, 'stead comin' takin' our money inter your starvin' country." We were appalled. We perceived that after all Singleton's answer meant nothing. We began to hate him for making fun of us. All our certitudes were going. We were on doubtful terms with our officers. The cook had given us up for lost. We had overheard the boatswain's opinion that we were a crowd of softies. We suspected Jimmy, one another, and even our very selves. We did not know what to do. At every insignificant turn of our humble life we met Jimmy overbearing and blocking the way, arm in arm with his awful and veiled familiar. It was a weird servitude. It began a week after leaving Bombay and came on us stealthily like any other great misfortune. Everyone had remarked that Jimmy from the first was very slack at his work, but we thought it simply the outcome of his philosophy of life. Donkin said, "You put no more weight on a rope than a bloody sparrer." He disdained him. Belfast, ready for a fight, exclaimed provokingly, "You don't kill yourself, old man." "Would you?" he retorted with extreme scorn, and Belfast retired. One morning as we were washing decks, Mr. Baker called to him, "Bring your broom over here, Wait." He strolled languidly. "Move yourself." "Ugh!" grunted Mr. Baker. "What's the matter with your hind legs?" He stopped dead short. He gazed slowly with eyes that bulged out with an expression audacious and sad. "It isn't my legs," he said. "It's my lungs." Everybody listened. "What's wrong with them?" inquired Mr. Baker. All the watch stood around on the wet deck, grinning and with brooms or buckets in their hands. He said mournfully, "Going or gone? Can't you see I'm a dying man? I know it." Mr. Baker was disgusted. "Then why the devil did you ship aboard here?" "I must live till I die, mustn't I?" he replied. The grins became audible. "Go off my deck. Get out of my sight," said Mr. Baker. He was nonplussed. It was a unique experience. James Wait, obedient, dropped his broom and walked slowly forward. A burst of laughter followed him. It was too funny. All hands laughed. They laughed. Alas. He became the tormentor of all our moments. He was worse than a nightmare. You couldn't see that there was anything wrong with him. A nigger does not show. He was not very fat, certainly, but then he was no leaner than other niggers we had known. He coughed often, but the most prejudiced person could perceive that, mostly, he coughed when it suited his purpose. He wouldn't or couldn't do his work, and he wouldn't lie up. One day he would skip aloft with the best of them, and next time we would be obliged to risk our lives to get his limp body down. He was reported, he was examined, he was remonstrated with, threatened, cajoled, lectured. He was called into the cabin to interview the captain. There were wild rumours. It was said he had cheeked the old man. It was said he had frightened him. Charley maintained that the skipper, weeping, has given him his blessings and a pot of jam. Knowles had it from the steward that the unspeakable Jimmy had been reeling against the cabin furniture, that he had groaned, that he had complained of general brutality and disbelief, and had ended by coughing all over the old man's meteorological journals, which were then spread on the table. At any rate, Waite returned forward supported by the steward, who, in a pained and shocked voice, entreated us, "Here, catch hold of him, one of you. He is to lie up." Jimmy drank a tin mugful of coffee and after bullying, first one and then another, went to bed. He remained there most of the time, but when it suited him he would come on deck and appear amongst us. He was scornful and brooding, he looked ahead upon the sea, and no one could tell what was the meaning of that black man, sitting apart in a meditative attitude and as motionless as a carving. He refused steadily all medicine. He threw sago and cornflour overboard till the steward got tired of bringing it to him. He asked for paregoric. They sent him a big bottle, enough to poison a wilderness of babies. He kept it between his mattress and the deal lining of the ship's side, and no one ever saw him take a dose. Donkin abused him to his face, jeered at him while he gasped, and the same day Waite would lend him a warm jersey. Once Donkin reviled him for half an hour, reproached him with the extra work his malingering gave to the watch, and ended by calling him a black-faced swine. Under the spell of our accursed perversity we were horror-struck. But Jimmy positively seemed to revel in that abuse. It made him look cheerful, and Donkin had a pair of old sea boots thrown at him. "Here, you East End trash," boomed Waite. "You may have that." At last Mr. Baker had to tell the captain that James Waite was disturbing the peace of the ship. "Knock discipline on the head. He will—" "Ugh!" grunted Mr. Baker. As a matter of fact, the starboard watch came as near as possible to refusing duty when ordered one morning by the boatswain to wash out their forecastle. It appears Jimmy objected to a wet floor, and that morning we were in a compassionate mood. We thought the boatswain a brute, and practically told him so. Only Mr. Baker's delicate tact prevented an all-fired row. He refused to take us seriously. He came bustling forward and called us many unpolite names, but in such a hearty and seamanlike manner that we began to feel ashamed of ourselves. In truth, we thought him much too good a sailor to annoy him willingly, and after all Jimmy might have been a fraud. Probably was. The forecastle got a clean-up that morning, but in the afternoon a sick bay was fitted up in the deck-house. It was a nice little cabin opening on deck and with 2 berths. Jimmy's belongings were transported there, and then, notwithstanding his protests, Jimmy himself. He said he couldn't walk. 4 men carried him on a blanket. He complained that he would have to die there alone, like a dog. We grieved for him, and were delighted to have him removed from the forecastle. We attended him as before. The galley was next door, and the cook looked in many times a day. Waite became a little more cheerful. Knowles affirmed having heard him laugh to himself in peals one day. Others had seen him walking about on deck at night. His little place, with the door ajar on a long hook, was always full of tobacco smoke. We spoke through the crack cheerfully, sometimes abusively, as we passed by, intent on our work. He fascinated us. He would never let doubt die. He overshadowed the ship. Invulnerable in his promise of speedy corruption, he trampled on our self-respect. He demonstrated to us daily our want of moral courage. He tainted our lives. Had we been a miserable gang of wretched immortals, unhallowed alike by hope and fear, he could not have lorded it over us with a more pitiless assertion of his sublime privilege. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of The Nigger of the Narcissus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 of The Nigger of the Narcissus by Joseph Conrad. Meanwhile the Narcissus, with square yards, ran out of the fair monsoon. She drifted slowly, swinging round and round the compass, through a few days of baffling light airs. Under the patter of short warm showers, grumbling men whirled the heavy yards from side to side. They caught hold of the soaked ropes with groans and sighs, while their officers, sulky and dripping with rainwater, unceasingly ordered them about in wearied voices. During the short respites they looked with disgust into the smarting palms of their stiff hands, and asked one another bitterly, who would be a sailor if he could be a farmer? All the tempers were spoilt, and no man cared what he said. One black night, when the watch, panting in the heat and half drowned with the rain, had been through 4 mortal hours hunted from brace to brace, Belfast declared that he would "chuck the sea forever and go in a steamer." This was excessive, no doubt. Captain Ollistoun, with great self-control, would mutter sadly to Mr. Baker, "It is not so bad, not so bad," when he had managed to shove and dodge and maneuver his smart ship through 60 miles in 24 hours. From the doorstep of the little cabin, Jimmy, chin in hand, watched our distasteful labours with insolent and melancholy eyes. We spoke to him gently, and out of his sight exchanged sour smiles. Then, again, with a fair wind and under a clear sky, the ship went on piling up the south latitude. She passed outside Madagascar and Mauritius without a glimpse of the land. Extra lashings were put on the spare spars. Hatches were looked to. The steward in his leisure moments and with a worried air tried to fit washboards to the cabin doors. Stout canvas was bent with care. Anxious eyes looked to the westward towards the Cape of Storms. The ship began to dip into a southwest swell, and the softly luminous sky of low latitudes took on a harder sheen from day to day above our heads. It arched high above the ship, vibrating and pale, like an immense dome of steel, resonant with the deep voice of freshening gales. The sunshine gleamed cold on the white curls of black waves. Before the strong breath of westerly squalls, the ship, with reduced sails, lay slowly over, obstinate and yielding. She drove to and fro in the unceasing endeavour to fight her way through the invisible violence of the winds. She pitched headlong into dark smooth hollows. She struggled upwards over the snowy ridges of great running seas. She rolled, restless, from side to side like a thing in pain. Enduring and valiant, she answered to the call of men, and her slim spars, waving forever in abrupt semicircles, seemed to beckon in vain for help towards the stormy sky. It was a bad winter off the Cape that year. The relieved helmsmen came off flapping their arms, or ran stamping hard and blowing into swollen red fingers. The watch on deck dodged the sting of cold sprays, or, crouching in sheltered corners, watched dismally the high and merciless seas boarding the ship time after time in unappeasable fury. Water tumbled in cataracts over the forecastle doors. You had to dash through a waterfall to get into your damp bed. The men turned in wet and turned out stiff to face the redeeming and ruthless exactions of their glorious and obscure fate. Far aft and peering watchfully to windward, the officers could be seen through the mists of squalls. They stood by the weather rail, holding on grimly, straight and glistening in their long coats. And in the disordered plunges of the hard-driven ship, they appeared high up, attentive, tossing violently above the grey line of a clouded horizon in motionless attitudes. They watched the weather and the ship as men on shore watch the momentous chances of fortune. Captain Ollistoun never left the deck, as though he had been part of the ship's fittings. Now and then the steward, shivering, but always in shirt-sleeves, would struggle towards him with some hot coffee, half of which the gale blew out of the cup before it reached the master's lips. He drank what was left gravely in one long gulp, while the heavy sprays pattered loudly on his oilskin coat, the seas swishing broke about his high boots, and he never took his eyes off the ship. He kept his gaze riveted upon her as a loving man watches the unselfish toil of a delicate woman, upon the slender thread of whose existence is hung the whole meaning and joy of the world. We all watched her. She was beautiful and had a weakness. We loved her no less for that. We admired her qualities aloud, we boasted of them to one another as though they had been our own, and the consciousness of her only fault we kept buried in the silence of our profound affection. She was born in the thundering peal of hammers beating upon iron, in black eddies of smoke, under a grey sky, on the banks of the Clyde. The clamorous and sombre stream gives birth to things of beauty that float away into the sunshine of the world to be loved by men. The Narcissus was one of that perfect brood. Less perfect than many perhaps, but she was ours, and consequently incomparable. We were proud of her. In Bombay, ignorant landlubbers alluded to her as that pretty grey ship. Pretty? A scurvy meed of commendation. We knew she was the most magnificent sea-boat ever launched. We tried to forget that, like many good sea-boats, she was at times rather crank. She was exacting. She wanted care in loading and handling, and no one knew exactly how much care would be enough. Such are the imperfections of mere men. The ship knew, and sometimes would correct the presumptuous human ignorance by the wholesome discipline of fear. We had heard ominous stories about past voyages. The cook, technically a seaman, but in reality no sailor, the cook, when unstrung by some misfortune, such as the rolling over of a saucepan, would mutter gloomily while he wiped the floor, "There, look at what she has done. Some voyage she will drown all hands. You'll see if she won't." To which the steward, snatching in the galley a moment to draw a breath in the hurry of his worried life, would remark philosophically, "Those that see won't tell, anyhow. I don't want to see it." We derided those fears. Our hearts went out to the old man when he pressed her hard so as to make her hold her own, hold to every inch gained to windward, when he made her, under reefed sails, leap obliquely at enormous waves. The men, knitted together aft into a ready group by the first sharp order of an officer coming to take charge of the deck in bad weather, "Keep handy the watch," stood admiring her valiance. Their eyes blinked in the wind. Their dark faces were wet with drops of water more salt and bitter than human tears. Beards and moustaches, soaked, hung straight and dripping like fine seaweed. They were fantastically misshapen, in high boots, in hats like helmets, and swaying clumsily, stiff and bulky in glistening oilskins. They resembled men strangely equipped for some fabulous adventure. Whenever she rose easily to a towering green sea, elbows dug ribs, faces brightened, lips murmured, "Didn't she do it cleverly?" And all the hands turning like one watching with sardonic grins the foiled wave go roaring to leeward, white with the foam of a monstrous rage. But when she had not been quick enough, and struck heavily, lay over trembling under the blow, we clutched at ropes, and looking up at the narrow bands of drenched and strained sails waving desperately aloft, we thought in our hearts, "No wonder, poor thing." The 32nd day out of Bombay began inauspiciously. In the morning a sea smashed one of the galley doors. We dashed in through lots of steam and found the cook very wet and indignant with the ship. "She's getting worse every day. She's trying to drown me in front of my own stove." He was very angry. We pacified him, and the carpenter, though washed away twice from there, managed to repair the door. Through that accident our dinner was not ready till late, but it didn't matter in the end because Knowles, who went to fetch it, got knocked down by a sea, and the dinner went over the side. Captain Allistoun, looking more hard and thin-lipped than ever, hung on to full topsails and foresail, and would not notice that the ship, asked to do too much, appeared to lose heart altogether for the first time since we knew her. She refused to rise, and bored her way sullenly through the seas. Twice running, as though she had been blind or weary of life, she put her nose deliberately into a big wave and swept the decks from end to end. As the boatswain observed with marked annoyance, while we were splashing about in a body to try and save a worthless wash-tub, "Every bloomin' thing in the ship is going overboard this afternoon." Venerable Singleton broke his habitual silence and said with a glance aloft, "The old man's in a temper with the weather, but it's no good being angry with the winds of heaven." Jimmy had shut his door, of course. We knew he was dry and comfortable within his little cabin, and in our absurd way were pleased one moment, exasperated the next, by that certitude. Donkin skulked shamelessly, uneasy and miserable. He grumbled, "I'm perishin' with cold outside in bloomin' wet rags, and that 'ere black soldier sits dry on a blamed chest full of bloomin' clothes, blank his black soul." We took no notice of him. We hardly gave a thought to Jimmy and his bosom friend. There was no leisure for idle probing of hearts. Sails blew adrift. Things broke loose. Cold and wet, we were washed about the deck while trying to repair damages. The ship tossed about, shaken furiously like a toy in the hands of a lunatic. Just at sunset there was a rush to shorten sail before the menace of a sombre hail cloud. The hard gust of wind came brutal like the blow of a fist. The ship, relieved of her canvas in time, received it pluckily. She yielded reluctantly to the violent onset, then coming up with a stately and irresistible motion, brought her spars to windward in the teeth of the screeching squall. Out of the abysmal darkness of the black cloud overhead, white hail streamed on her, rattled on the rigging, leaped in handfuls off the yards, rebounded on the deck, round and gleaming in the murky turmoil like a shower of pearls. It passed away. For a moment a livid sun shot horizontally the last rays of sinister light between the hills of steep, rolling waves. Then a wild night rushed in, stamped out in a great howl that dismal remnant of a stormy day. There was no sleep on board that night. Most seamen remember in their life one or two such nights of a culminating gale. Nothing seems left of the whole universe but darkness, clamor, fury, and the ship. And like the last vestige of a shattered creation she drifts, bearing an anguished remnant of sinful mankind through the distress, tumult, and pain of an avenging terror. No one slept in the forecastle. The tin oil lamp, suspended on a long string, smoking, described wide circles. Wet clothing made dark heaps on the glistening floor. A thin layer of water rushed to and fro. In the bed places men lay booted, resting on elbows and with open eyes. Hung-up suits of oilskin swung out and in, lively and disquieting, like reckless ghosts of decapitated seamen dancing in a tempest. No one spoke, and all listened. Outside the night moaned and sobbed to the accompaniment of a continuous loud tremor as of innumerable drums beating far off. Shrieks passed through the air. Tremendous dull blows made the ship tremble while she rolled under the weight of the seas toppling on her deck. At times she soared up swiftly as if to leave this earth forever, then during interminable moments fell through a void with all the hearts on board of her standing still, till a frightful shock, expected and sudden, started them off again with a big thump. After every dislocating jerk of the ship, Wamibo, stretched full length, his face on the pillow, groaned slightly with the pain of his tormented universe. Now and then, for the fraction of an intolerable second, the ship, in fiercer burst of a more terrible uproar, remained on her side, vibrating and still, with a stillness more appalling than the wildest motion. Then upon all those prone bodies a stir would pass, a shiver of suspense. A man would protrude his anxious head and a pair of eyes glistened in the sway of light glaring wildly. Some moved their legs a little as if making ready to jump out. But several, motionless on their backs and with one hand gripping hard the edge of the bunk, smoked nervously with quick puffs, staring upwards, immobilized in a great craving for peace. At midnight orders were given to furl the fore and mizzen topsails. With immense efforts men crawled aloft through a merciless buffeting, saved the canvas, and crawled down again almost exhausted, to bear in panting silence the cruel battering of the sea. Perhaps for the first time in the history of the merchant service the watch, told to go below, did not leave the deck, as if compelled to remain there by the fascination of a venomous violence. At every heavy gust men, huddled together, whispered to one another, "It can blow no harder." And presently the gale would give them the lie with a piercing shriek and drive their breath back into their throats. A fierce squall seemed to burst asunder the thick mass of sooty vapors, and above the rack of torn clouds glimpses could be caught of the high moon rushing backwards with frightful speed over the sky, right into the wind's eye. Many hung their heads, muttering that it "turned their innards out" to look at it. Soon the clouds closed up and the world again became a raging, blind darkness that howled, flinging at the lonely ship salt sprays and sleet. At 7:30 the pitchy obscurity round us turned a ghastly grey, and we knew that the sun had risen. This unnatural and threatening daylight, in which we could see one another's wild eyes and drawn faces, was only an added tax on our endurance. The horizon heaven, broad sheets of flame waved noiselessly, and for half a second the becalmed craft stood out with its masts and rigging, with every sail and every rope distinct and black in the center of a fiery outburst, like a charred ship enclosed in a globe of fire. And, again, for long hours she remained lost in a vast universe of night and silence, where gentle sighs wandering here and there like forlorn souls made the still sails flutter as in sudden fear, and the ripple of a beshrouded ocean whisper its compassion afar, in a voice mournful, immense, and faint. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of The Nigger of the Narcissus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nigger of the Narcissus by Joseph Conrad, Chapter 4, Part 2. When the lamp was put out, and through the door thrown wide open, Jimmy, turning on his pillow, could see vanishing beyond the straight line of topgallant rail the quick, repeated visions of a fabulous world made up of leaping fire and sleeping water. The lightning gleamed in his big sad eyes, that seemed in a red flicker to burn themselves out in his black face, and then he would lie blinded and invisible in the midst of an intense darkness. He could hear on the quiet deck soft footfalls, the breathing of some man lounging on the doorstep, the low creak of swaying masts, or the calm voice of the watch officer reverberating aloft, hard and loud, amongst the unstirring sails. He listened with avidity, taking a rest in the attentive perception of the slightest sound from the fatiguing wanderings of his sleeplessness. He was cheered by the rattling of blocks, reassured by the stir and murmur of the watch, soothed by the slow yawn of some sleepy and weary seaman settling himself deliberately for a snooze on the planks. Life seemed an indestructible thing. It went on in darkness, in sunshine, in sleep. Tireless, it hovered affectionately round the imposture of his ready death. It was bright, like the twisted flare of lightning, and more full of surprises than the dark night. It made him safe, and the calm of its overpowering darkness was as precious as its restless and dangerous light. But in the evening, in the dog watches, and even far into the first night watch, a knot of men could always be seen congregated before Jimmy's cabin. They leaned on each side of the door peacefully interested and with crossed legs. They stood astride the doorstep discoursing or sat in silent couples on the sea chest, while against the bulwark along the spare topmast 3 or 4 in a row stared meditatively, with their simple faces lit up by the projected glare of Jimmy's lamp. The little place, repainted white, had, in the night, the brilliance of a silver shrine where a black idol, reclining stiffly under a blanket, blinked its weary eyes and received our homage. a day of mental disquiet and even of physical disturbance. We took no interest in our work, and, very properly, were rebuked for it. This, in our constant state of hungry irritation, was exasperating. Donkin worked with his brow bound in a dirty rag, and looked so ghastly that Mr. Baker was touched with compassion at the sight of this plucky suffering. "Och, you, Donkin, put down your work and go lay up this watch. You look ill." "I am bad, sir, in my 'ead," he said in a subdued voice, and vanished speedily. This annoyed Minnie, and they thought the mate bloomin' soft to-day. Captain Ollistoun could be seen on the poop watching the sky to the southwest, and it soon got to be known about the decks that the barometer had begun to fall in the night, and that a breeze might be expected before long. This, by a subtle association of ideas, led to violent quarrelling as to the exact moment of Jimmy's death. Was it before or after that ere glass started down? It was impossible to know, and it caused much contemptuous growling at one another. All of a sudden there was a great tumult forward. Pacific Knowles and good-natured Davis had come to blows over it. The watch below interfered with spirit, and for 10 minutes there was a noisy scrimmage round the hatch, where, in the balancing shade of the sails, Jimmy's body, wrapped up in a white blanket, was watched over by the sorrowful Belfast, who, in his desolation, disdained the fray. When the noise had ceased, and the passions had calmed into surly silence, he stood up at the head of the swathed body, lifting both arms on high, cried with pained indignation, "You ought to be ashamed of yourselves." We were. Belfast took his bereavement very hard. He gave proofs of inextinguishable devotion. It was he, and no other man, who would help the sailmaker to prepare what was left of Jimmy for a solemn surrender to the insatiable sea. He arranged the weights carefully at the feet, 2 holystones, an old anchor shackle without its pin, some broken links of a worn-out stream cable. He arranged them this way, then that. "Bless my soul, you aren't afraid he will chafe his heel," said the sailmaker, who hated the job. He pushed the needle, purring furiously with his head in a cloud of tobacco smoke. He turned the flaps over, pulled at the stitches, stretched at the canvas. "Lift his shoulders. Pull to you a bit. So. Steady." Belfast obeyed, pulled, lifted, overcome with sorrow, dropping tears on the tarred twine. "Don't you drag the canvas too taut over his poor face, Sails," he entreated tearfully. "What are you fashing yourself for? He will be comfortable enough," assured the sailmaker, cutting the thread after the last stitch, which came about the middle of Jimmy's forehead. He rolled up the remaining canvas, put away the needles. "What makes you take on so?" he asked. Belfast looked down at a long package of grey sailcloth. "I pulled him out," he whispered, "and he did not want to go. If I had sat up with him last night he would have kept alive for me, but something made me tired." The sailmaker took vigorous draws at his pipe and mumbled, "When I... West India Station... in the Blanche frigate... Yellow Jack... sewed in 20 men a week... Portsmouth Devonport men... townies... knew their fathers, mothers, sisters... the whole boiling of 'em... thought nothing of it... and these niggers like this one... you don't know where it comes from... got nobody... no use to nobody... who will miss him?" "I do. I pulled him out," mourned Belfast dismally. On 2 planks nailed together, and apparently resigned and still under the folds of the Union Jack with a white border, James Wait, carried aft by 4 men, was deposited slowly, with his feet pointing at an open port. A swell had set in from the westward, and following on the roll of the ship, the red ensign, at half-mast, darted out and collapsed again on the gray sky, like a tongue of flickering fire. Charley tolled the bell, and at every swing to starboard the whole vast semicircle of steely waters visible on that side seemed to come up with a rush to the edge of the port, as if impatient to get at our Jimmy. Everyone was there but Donkin, who was too ill to come. The captain and Mr. Crichton stood bareheaded on the break of the poop. Mr. Baker, directed by the master, who had said to him gravely, "You know more about the prayer book than I do," came out of the cabin door quickly and a little embarrassed. All the caps went off. He began to read in a low tone, and with his usual harmlessly menacing utterance, as though he had been for the last time reproving confidentially that dead seaman at his feet. The men listened in scattered groups. They leaned on the fife rail, gazing on the deck. They held their chins in their hands thoughtfully, or, with crossed arms and one knee slightly bent, hung their heads in an attitude of upright meditation. Wamibo dreamed. Mr. Baker read on, grunting reverently at the turn of every page. The words, missing the unsteady hearts of men, rolled out to wander without a home upon the heartless sea, and James Waite, silenced forever, lay uncritical and passive under the hoarse murmur of despair and hopes. Two men made ready and waited for those words that sent so many of our brothers to their last plunge. Mr. Baker began the passage. "Stand by," muttered the boatswain. Mr. Baker read out, "To the deep," and paused. The men lifted the inboard end of the planks, the boatswain snatched off the Union Jack, and James Waite did not move. "Higher," muttered the boatswain angrily. All the heads were raised, every man stirred uneasily, but James Waite gave no sign of going. In death and swathed up for all eternity, he yet seemed to cling to the ship with the grip of an undying fear. "Higher! Lift!" whispered the boatswain, fiercely. "He won't go," stammered one of the men, shakily, and both appeared ready to drop everything. Mr. Baker waited, burying his face in the book and shuffling his feet nervously. All the men looked profoundly disturbed. From their midst a faint humming noise spread out, growing louder. "Jimmy!" cried Belfast in a wailing tone, and there was a second of shuddering dismay. "Jimmy! Be a man!" he shrieked passionately. Every mouth was wide open, not an eyelid winked. He stared wildly, twitching all over, he bent his body forward like a man peering at a horror. "Go!" he shouted, and sprang out of the crowd with his arm extended. "Go, Jimmy! Jimmy, go! Go!" His fingers touched the head of the body, and the gray package started reluctantly to whiz off the lifted planks all at once with the suddenness of a flash of lightning. The crowd stepped forward like one man. A deep "ah" came out vibrating from the broad chests. The ship rolled as if relieved of an unfair burden. The sails flapped. Belfast, supported by Archie, gasped hysterically, and Charley, who, anxious to see Jimmy's last dive, leaped headlong on a rail, was too late to see anything but the faint circle of a vanishing ripple. Mr. Baker, perspiring abundantly, read out the last prayer in a deep rumour of excited men and fluttering sails. "Amen," he said in an unsteady growl, and closed the book. "Square the yards!" thundered a voice above his head. All hands gave a jump, one or two dropped their caps. Mr. Baker looked up surprised. The master, standing on the break of the poop, pointed to the westward. "Breeze coming," he said. "Man the weather braces." Mr. Baker crammed the book hurriedly into his pocket. "Forward there! Let go the foretack!" he hailed joyfully, bareheaded and brisk. "Square the foreyard, you, port watch!" Fair wind," muttered the men, going to the braces. "What did I tell you?" mumbled old Singleton, flinging down coil after coil with hasty energy. "I knowed it. He's gone, and here it comes." It came with the sound of a lofty and powerful sigh. The sails filled, the ship gathered way, and the waking sea began to murmur sleepily of home to the ears of men. That night, while the ship rushed foaming to the northward before a freshening gale, the boatswain unbosomed himself to the petty officer's berth. "The chap was nothing but trouble," he said, "from the moment he came aboard. D'ye remember? That night in Bombay. Been bullying all that softy crowd, cheeked the old man. We had to go fooling all over a half-drowned ship to save him. Damn nigh a mutiny all for him, and now the mate abused me like a pickpocket for forgetting to dab a lump of grease on them planks. So I did, but you ought to have known better, too, than to leave a nail sticking up. Eh, Chips? And you ought to have known better than chuck all my tools overboard for him, like a skeery greenhorn," retorted the morose carpenter. "Well, he's gone after 'em now," he added in an unforgiving tone. "On the China station, I remember once, the Admiral, he says to me," began the sailmaker. End of chapter 5, part 2. Chapter 5, Part 3 of the Nigger of the Narcissus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nigger of the Narcissus by Joseph Conrad, Chapter 5, Part 3. A week afterwards the Narcissus entered the chops of the Channel. Under white wings she skimmed low over the blue sea like a great tired bird speeding to its nest. The clouds raced with her mastheads. They rose astern, enormous and white, soared to the zenith, flew past, and falling down the wide curve of the sky, seemed to dash headlong into the sea, the clouds swifter than the ship, more free, but without a home. The coast to welcome her stepped out of space into the sunshine. The lofty headlands trod masterfully into the sea, the white bay smiled in the light. The shadows of homeless clouds ran along the sunny plains, leaped over valleys, without a check darted up the hills, rolled down the slopes, and the sunshine pursued them with patches of running brightness. On the brows of dark cliffs white lighthouses shone in pillars of light. The channel glittered like a blue mantle shot with gold and starred by the silver of the capping seas. The Narcissus rushed past the headlands and the bays. Outward bound vessels crossed her track, lying over, and with their masts stripped for a slogging fight with a hard sou'wester. And inshore a string of smoking steamboats waddled, hugging the coast like migrating and amphibious monsters, distrustful of the restless waves. At night the headlands retreated, the bays advanced into one unbroken line of gloom. The lights of the earth mingled with the lights of heaven, and above the tossing lanterns of a trawling fleet a great lighthouse shone steadily, like an enormous riding light burning above a vessel of fabulous dimensions. Below its steady glow, the coast, stretching away straight and black, resembled the high side of an indestructible craft riding motionless upon the immortal and unresting sea. The dark land lay alone in the midst of waters, like a mighty ship bestarred with vigilant lights, of a ship carrying the burden of millions of lives, a ship freighted with dross and with jewels, with gold and with steel. She towered up immense and strong, guarding priceless traditions and untold suffering, sheltering glorious memories and base forgetfulness, ignoble virtues and splendid transgressions. A great ship. For ages had the ocean battered in vain her enduring sides. She was there when the world was vaster and darker, when the sea was great and mysterious, and ready to surrender the prize of fame to audacious men. A ship mother of fleets and nations. The great flagship of the race, stronger than the storms, and anchored in the open sea. The Narcissus, heeling over to offshore gusts, rounded the South Foreland, passed through the downs, and, in tow, entered the river. Shorn of the glory of her white wings, she wound obediently after the tug through the maze of invisible channels. As she passed them, the red-painted light vessels, swung at their moorings, seemed for an instant to sail with great speed in the rush of tide, and the next moment were left hopelessly behind. The great buoys on the tails of banks slipped past her sides very low, and, dropping in her wake, tugged at their chains like fierce watchdogs. The reach narrowed. From both sides the land approached the ship. She went steadily up the river. On the riverside slopes the houses appeared in groups, seemed to stream down the declivities at a run to see her pass, and, checked by the mud of the foreshore, crowded on the banks. Further on, the tall factory chimneys appeared in insolent bands and watched her go by like a straggling crowd of slim giants, swaggering and upright under the black pummels of smoke, cavalierly aslant. She swept round the bends, an impure breeze shrieked a welcome between her stripped spars, and the land, closing in, stepped between the ship and the sea. A low cloud hung before her, a great opalescent and tremulous cloud that seemed to rise from the steaming brows of millions of men. Long drifts of smoky vapors soiled it with vivid trails. It throbbed to the beat of millions of hearts, and from it came an immense and lamentable murmur, the murmur of millions of lips praying, cursing, sighing, jeering, the undying murmur of folly, regret, and hope exhaled by the crowds of the anxious earth. The Narcissus entered the cloud, the shadows deepened. On all sides there was the clang of iron, the sound of mighty blows, shrieks, yells. Black barges drifted stealthily on the murky stream. A mad jumble of begrimed walls loomed up vaguely in the smoke, bewildering and mournful, like a vision of disaster. The tugs backed and filled in the stream to hold the ship steady at the dock gates. From her bows 2 lines went through the air whistling, and struck at the land viciously, like a pair of snakes. A bridge broke in two before her, as if by enchantment. Big hydraulic capstans began to turn all by themselves, as though animated by a mysterious and unholy spell. She moved through a narrow lane of water between 2 low walls of granite, and men with check ropes in their hands kept pace with her, walking on the broad flagstones. A group waited impatiently on each side of the vanished bridge, rough, heavy men in caps, sallow-faced men in high hats, 2 bareheaded women, ragged children, fascinated and with wide eyes. A cart coming at a jerky trot pulled up sharply. One of the women screamed at the silent ship, "Hello, Jack!" without looking at anyone in particular, and all hands looked at her from the forecastle head. "Stand clear! Stand clear of that rope!" cried the dockmen, bending over stone posts. The crowd murmured, stamped where they stood. "Let go your quarter checks! Let go!" sang out a ruddy-faced old man on the quay. The rope splashed heavily, falling in the water, and the Narcissus entered the dock. The stony shores ran away right and left in straight lines, enclosing a sombre and rectangular pool. Brick walls rose high above the water, soulless walls staring through hundreds of windows as troubled and dull as the eyes of overfed brutes. At their base monstrous iron cranes crouched, with chains hanging from their long necks, balancing cruel-looking hooks over the decks of lifeless ships. A noise of wheels rolling over stones, the thump of heavy things falling, the racket of feverish winches, the grinding of strained chains floated on the air. Between high buildings the dust of all the continents soared in short flights, and a penetrating smell of perfumes and dirt, of spices and hides, of things costly and of things filthy, pervaded the space, made for it an atmosphere precious and disgusting. The Narcissus came gently into her berth. The shadows of soulless walls fell upon her, The dust of all the continents leaped upon her deck, and a swarm of strange men, clambering up her sides, took possession of her in the name of the sordid earth. She had ceased to live. A toff in a black coat and high hat scrambled with agility, came up to the second mate, shook hands, and said, "Hallo, Herbert." It was his brother. A lady appeared suddenly, a real lady in a black dress and with a parasol. She looked extremely elegant in the midst of us, and as strange as if she had fallen there from the sky. Mr. Baker touched his cap to her. It was the master's wife. And very soon the captain, dressed very smartly and in a white shirt, went with her over the side. We didn't recognize him at all till, turning up the quay, he called to Mr. Baker, "Don't forget to wind up the chronometers tomorrow morning." An underhand lot of seedy-looking chaps with shifty eyes wandered in and out of the forecastle looking for a job, they said. "More likely for something to steal," commented Knowles, cheerfully. "Poor beggars. Who cared? Weren't we home?" But Mr. Baker went for one of them who had given him some cheek, and we were delighted. Everything was delightful. "I finished aft, sir," called out Mr. Crichton. "No water in the well, sir," reported for the last time the carpenter, sounding rod in hand. Mr. Baker glanced along the decks at the expectant group of sailors, glanced aloft at the yards. "Och, that will do, men," he grunted. The crowd broke up. The voyage was ended. Rolled-up beds went flying over the rail. Lashed chests went sliding down the gangway. Mighty few of both, at that. "The rest is having a cruise off the Cape," explained Knowles, enigmatically, to a dock loafer with whom he had struck a sudden friendship. Men ran, calling to one another, hailing utter strangers to lend a hand with the dunnage, then, with sudden decorum, approached the mate to shake hands before going ashore. "Good-bye, sir," they repeated in various tones. Mr. Baker grasped hard palms, grunted in a friendly manner at every one. His eyes twinkled. "Take care of your money, Knowles. Och, soon get a nice wife if you do." The lame man was delighted. "Good-bye, sir," said Belfast with emotion, wringing the mate's hand, and looked up with swimming eyes. "I thought I would take 'em ashore with me," he went on, plaintively. Mr. Baker did not understand, but said kindly, "Take care of yourself, Craik," and the bereaved Belfast went over the rail mourning and alone. Mr. Baker, in the sudden peace of the ship, moved about solitary and grunting, trying door handles, peering into dark places, never done, a model chief mate. No one waited for him ashore. Mother dead, father and two brothers, Yarmouth fishermen, drowned together on the Dogger Bank, sister married and unfriendly. Quite a lady. Married to the leading tailor of a little town, and its leading politician, who did not think his sailor brother-in-law quite respectable enough for him. Quite a lady, he thought, sitting down for a moment's rest on the quarter-deck. Time enough to go ashore and get a bite and sup, and a bed somewhere. He didn't like to part with the ship. No one to think about then. The darkness of a misty evening fell, cold and damp, upon the deserted deck, and Mr. Baker sat smoking, thinking of all the successive ships to whom through many a long years he had given the best of a seaman's care. And never a command in sight, not once. "I haven't somehow the cut of a skipper about me," he meditated placidly, while the shipkeeper, who had taken possession of the galley, a wizened old man with bleared eyes, cursed him in whispers for hanging about so. "Now, Crichton," he pursued the unenvious train of thought, "quite a gentleman, swell friends, we'll get on. Fine young fellow, a little more experience." He got up and shook himself. "I'll be back first thing tomorrow morning for the hatches. Don't you let them touch anything before I come, shipkeeper," he called out. Then, at last, he went ashore, a model chief mate. The men scattered by the dissolving contact of land came together once more in the shipping office. "The Narcissus pays off," shouted outside a glazed door a brass-bound old fellow with a crown and the capitals B.T. on his cap. A lot trooped in at once, but many were late. The room was large, whitewashed and bare. A counter surmounted by a brass wire grating fenced off a third of the dusty space, and behind the grating a pasty-faced clerk, with his hair parted in the middle, had the quick glittering eyes and the vivacious jerky movements of a caged bird. Poor Captain Allistoun also in there, and sitting before a little table with piles of gold and notes on it, appeared subdued by his captivity. Another Board of Trade bird was perching on a high stool near the door, an old bird that did not mind the chaff of elated sailors. The crew of the Narcissus, broken up into knots, pushed in the corners. They had new shore togs, smart jackets that looked as if they had been shaped with an axe, glossy trousers that seemed made of crumpled sheet iron, collarless flannel shirts, shiny new boots. They tapped on shoulders, buttonholed one another, asked, "Where did you sleep last night?" whispered gaily, slapped their thighs with bursts of subdued laughter. Most had clean, radiant faces, only one or two turned up dishevelled and sad. The two young Norwegians looked tidy, meek, and altogether of a promising material for the kind ladies who patronized the Scandinavian home. Wamibo, still in his working clothes, dreamed, upright and burly in the middle of the room, and, when Archie came in, woke up for a smile. But the wide-awake clerk called out a name and the paying off business began. One by one they came up to the pay table to get the wages of their glorious and obscure toil. They swept the money with care into broad palms, rammed it trustfully into trousers pockets, or, turning their backs on the table, reckoned with difficulty in the hollow of their stiff hands. "Money right? Sign the release. There, there," repeated the clerk impatiently. How stupid those sailors are, he thought. Singleton came up, venerable, and uncertain as to daylight. Brown drops of tobacco juice hung in his white beard. His hands, that never hesitated in the great light of the open sea, could hardly find the small pile of gold in the profound darkness of the shore. "Can't write?" asked the clerk, shocked. "Make a mark, then." Singleton painfully sketched in a heavy cross, blotted the page. "What a disgusting old brute," muttered the clerk. Somebody opened the door for him, and the patriarchal seaman passed through unsteadily, without as much as a glance at any of us. Archie displayed a pocket-book. He was chafed. Belfast, who looked wild, as though he had already luffed up through a public-house or two, gave signs of emotion and wanted to speak to the captain privately. The master was surprised. They spoke through the wires, and we could hear the captain saying, "I've given it up to the Board of Trade." "I should have liked to get something of his," mumbled Belfast. "But you can't, my man." "It's given up, locked and sealed, to the Marine Office," expostulated the master, and Belfast stood back with drooping mouth and troubled eyes. In the pause of the business we heard the master and the clerk talking. We caught "James Waite, deceased, found no papers of any kind, no relations, no trace. The office must hold his wages, then." Donkin entered. He seemed out of breath, was grave, full of business. He went straight to the desk, talked with animation to the clerk, who thought him an intelligent man. They discussed the account, dropping H's against one another as if for a wager, very friendly. Captain Allistoun paid. "I give you a bad discharge," he said quietly. Donkin raised his voice. "I don't want your bloomin' discharge. Keep it. I'm going to have a job ashore." He turned to us. "No more bloomin' sea for me," he said aloud. All looked at him. He had better clothes, had an easy air, appeared more at home than any of us. He stared with assurance, enjoying the effect of his declaration. "Yos, I have friends well off. That's more'n you got. But I am a man. You're shipmates for all that. Who's comin' for a drink?" No one moved. There was a silence of blank faces and stony looks. He waited a moment, smiled bitterly, and went to the door. There he faced round once more. "You won't? You bloomin' lot of ypricits! No? Wot 'ave I done to yer? Did I bully yer? Did I 'urt yer? Did I? You won't drink? No. Then may ye die of thirst, every mother's son of yer. Not one of yer 'as the spirit of a bug. Ye're the scum of the world. Work and starve." He went out and slammed the door with such violence that the old Board of Trade bird nearly fell off his perch. "He's mad," declared Archie. "No, he's drunk," insisted Belfast, lurching about, and in a maudlin tone. Captain Allistoun sat smiling thoughtfully at the cleared pay table. Outside, on Tower Hill, they blinked, hesitated clumsily as if blinded by the strange quality of the hazy light, as if discomposed by the view of so many men, and they who could hear one another in the howl of gales seemed deafened and distracted by the dull roar of the busy earth. "To the Black Horse! To the Black Horse!" cried some. "Let us have a drink together before we part." They crossed the road clinging to one another. Only Charley and Belfast wandered off alone. As I came up I saw a red-faced, blousy woman in a grey shawl and with dusty, fluffy hair fall on Charley's neck. It was his mother. She slobbered over him. "Oh, my boy, my boy!" "Leggo of me," said Charley. "Leggo, mother." I was passing him at the time, and over the untidy head of the blubbering woman he gave me a humorous smile and a glance ironic, courageous, and profound, that seemed to put all my knowledge of life to shame. I nodded and passed on, but heard him say again, good-naturedly, "If you let go of me this minute, ye shall have a bob for a drink out of my pay." In the next few steps I came upon Belfast. He caught my arm with tremulous enthusiasm. "I couldn't go with 'em," he stammered, indicating by a nod our noisy crowd that drifted slowly along the other sidewalk. "When I think of Jimmy, poor Jim, when I think of him I have no heart for drink. You were his chum, too. But I pulled him out, didn't I? Short wool he had. Yes, and I stole the blooming pie. He wouldn't go. He wouldn't go for nobody." He burst into tears. "I never touched him, never, never," he sobbed. "He went for me like a lamb." I disengaged myself gently. Belfast's crying fits generally ended in a fight with someone, and I wasn't anxious to stand the brunt of his inconsolable sorrow. Moreover, two bulky policemen stood near by, looking at us with a disapproving and incorruptible gaze. "So long," I said, and went on my way. But at the corner I stopped to take my last look at the crew of the Narcissus. They were swaying irresolute and noisy on the broad flagstones before the Mint. They were bound for the Black Horse, where men, in fur caps with brutal faces and in shirt-sleeves, disperse out of varnished barrels the illusions of strength, mirth, happiness, the illusion of splendor and poetry of life, to the paid-off crew of southern-going ships. From afar I saw them discoursing with jovial eyes and clumsy gestures, while the sea of life thundered into their ears, ceaseless and unheeded. And swaying about there on the white stones, surrounded by the hurry and clamour of men, they appeared to be creatures of another kind. Lost, alone, forgetful, and doomed, they were like castaways, like reckless and joyous castaways, like mad castaways making merry in the storm and upon an insecure ledge of a treacherous rock. The roar of the town resembled the roar of topping breakers, merciless and strong, with a loud voice and cruel purpose, but overhead the clouds broke, a flood of sunshine streamed down the walls of grimy houses. The dark knot of seamen drifted in sunshine. To the left of them the trees in Tower Garden sighed, the stones of the tower gleaming, seemed to stir in the play of light, as if remembering suddenly all those great joys and sorrows of the past, the fighting prototypes of these men, press gangs, mutinous cries, the wailing of women by the riverside, and the shouts of men welcoming victories. The sunshine of heaven fell like a gift of grace on the mud of the earth, on the remembering and mute stones, on greed, selfishness, on the anxious faces of the forgetful men. And to the right of the dark group, the stained front of the Mint, cleansed by the flood of light, stood out for a moment dazzling and white like a marble palace in a fairy tale. The crew of the Narcissus drifted out of sight. I never saw them again. The sea took some, the steamers took others, the graveyards of the earth will account for the rest. Singleton has no doubt taken with him the long record of his faithful work into the peaceful depths of a hospitable sea. And Donkin, who never did a decent day's work in his life, no doubt earns his living by discoursing with filthy eloquence upon the right of labour to live. So be it. Let the earth and the sea each have its own. A gone shipmate, like any other man, is gone forever, and I never met one of them again. But at times the spring flood of memory sets with the force up the dark river of the Nine Bends. Then on the waters of the forlorn stream drifts a ship, a shadowy ship manned by a crew of shades. They pass and make a sign and a shadowy hail. Haven't we, together and upon the immortal sea, wrung out a meaning from our sinful lives? Goodbye, brothers. You were a good crowd. As good a crowd as ever fisted with wild cries the beating canvas of a heavy foresail, or, tossing aloft, invisible in the night, gave back yell for yell to a westerly gale. The end. End of chapter 5. End of the Nigger of the Narcissus. The Nigger of the Narcissus was recorded by Tom Crawford in Cool, California, USA, and proof-listened by Sheila Mitchell in Nottinghamshire, England, in spring and summer of 2010.